네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 제2회 유네스코 결의말 금사전 국제학술 포럼이 시작이 되겠습니다. 참가자 여러분께서는 모두 행사장 안쪽으로 입장하셔서 자리에 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 사회적 거리두기 방침에 따라서 한 테이블당 4분씩 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 아울러 온라인 줌 참가자인 랜선 서포터즈 여러분들 접속해 계시죠? 카메라는 켜주시고 오디오는 음소거로 설정을 부탁드리겠습니다. 또한 행사장 로비에 저희가 커피와 다과를 마련해 두었는데요. 방역 수칙으로 인해서 커피와 다과는 가급적 로비에서 섭취를 부탁드리겠습니다. 또 행사가 진행되는 동안 모든 분들 실내에서는 마스크를 반드시 착용해 주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 사회와 발표를 맡아주신 분들께서도 발표 중에는 마스크를 반드시 착용해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 또한 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 소지하고 계신 휴대전화, 매너 모드나 무음으로 설정이 되어 있는지 확인을 부탁드리겠습니다. 더불어 오늘 행사에는 통역이 제공이 되겠습니다. 테이블에 통역 수신기가 준비가 되어 있는데요. 한국어는 채널 1번으로 고정을 해주시면 되겠습니다. 아울러 이번 행사 사회적 거리두기 방침에 따라서 현장에서 질문을 해주시는 건 조금 어려울 것 같습니다. 질문이 있으신 분들께서는요. 저희가 역시 테이블에 메모지를 준비해 뒀는데요. 메모지에 적어주셔서 저희 현장 요원에게 전달해 주시면 좌장께서 대신 질의해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 포럼 이제 곧 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
오늘도 어떤 소리는 사라지고 있습니다. 누군가의 말이 잊혀지고 있습니다. 그들의 노래와 시가 멈출지도 모릅니다. 세상을 채우는 언어들이 사라지지 않도록 인류의 소중한 문화유산, 사라져가는 토착어를 기억하기 위해 기록합니다. 멕시코의 마야따너, 과테말라의 마야 카치케러, 네팔의 수누와르어, 케냐의 기쿠유어, 나이지리아의 요르바어, 그리고 한반도의 제주어와 함경도어. 7개 지역의 토착어 작가들과 70명의 토착어 사용자, 각기 다른 국가, 지역, 언어, 세대, 성별의 사람들이 들려주는 70개의 목소리, 세상을 가득 채우고 있는 작지만 아름다운 말들을 여러분과 나누려고 합니다. 2022년부터 시작되는 UN 지정 세계 토착어 10년을 앞두고 결의말 큰 사전은 유네스코와 협력하여 지난 2월에 이어 두 번째 국제학술 포럼 토착어의 지속가능한 발전, 토착어로 문학하기를 개최합니다. 7개 지역의 토착어 작가와 70명의 토착어 사용자, 그리고 국내외 전문가들과 함께 언어 인류학적 관점에서 사라져가는 토착어를 보존하기 위한 방법으로서 토착어로 문학하기에 대해 논의하고자 합니다. 제2회 유네스코 결의말 큰 사전 국제학술 포럼에서는 세계 토착어를 보존하기 위한 방법으로 토착어 작가들의 토착어 문학 창작 과정을 소개하고 토착어로 창작한 문학 작품을 토착어 사용자들이 낭송하는 모습을 영상으로 제작하여 공개합니다. 특히 함경도어와 유네스코 지정 소멸위기 언어로 분류된 제주어로 문학하기를 통해 남북의 지역어를 풍부하게 담고 있는 결의말 큰 사전 편찬의 의미도 함께 살펴봅니다. 이번 포럼은 토착어의 채집과 기록을 넘어 토착어 문학의 창작과 향유를 통해 토착어를 보존하기 위한 새로운 시도와 상상력을 확인하는 자리가 될 것입니다. 토착어를 보존하기 위한 우리 모두의 노력. 제2회 유네스코 결의말 큰 사전 국제학술 포럼. 토착어의 지속가능한 발전. 토착어로 문학하기에 여러분을 초대합니다.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the second International Academic Forum, Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. I have the honor of serving as the MC at this meaningful event. My name is Lee So-yeon. Great to meet you all.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. And now at this second forum, we would be discussing a very special topic, and that is literature activities in indigenous languages. We have invited indigenous poets from 7 countries to listen to their stories of literature activities and also to view the poem narration in indigenous languages by 70 poets. I do hope that this is going to be a meaningful time where we will be able to indulge in the literary expressions of the different regions. And now we would begin the opening ceremony right away. I would like to first invite the Secretary General Mo Sun-young of 결의말 큰 사전 to serve as the chair of the opening ceremony. Good morning. I will be serving as the chair of this opening ceremony. My name is Mo Sun-young, Secretary General of the 결의말 큰 사전. Now at this International Academic Forum to be held for 2 days, we have the speakers and writers from Mexico, Guatemala, Nepal, Kenya, Nigeria, the US, and also those who are conducting their literary activities in indigenous languages in the Korean Peninsula as well. And we would be having academic discussions about how to preserve indigenous languages with experts in poems, languages, and literature. And also, I would like to thank, on behalf of the organizers, the over 70 indigenous people who have taken part in the poet narration. And I would also like to thank all those who are participating today online and offline. And now we will begin the second International Academic Forum, Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages. under the theme of literature activities in indigenous languages. So we will begin the forum for the 2 days. And now we will first deliver the opening remarks to be delivered by President Yoon of 결의말 큰사전, but given the fact that he was not able to make it because of urgent matters, I would like to ask for your understanding. And on behalf of President Yoon of 결의말 큰사전, 정도상 Vice President of 결의말 큰사전 will deliver his opening remarks. I would like to now invite Mr. Jung Do-sang up on stage.
The opening speech, greetings everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome you today for the second International Academic Forum held by the Board for the compilation of 결의말 큰사전 in cooperation with UNESCO. This forum was envisioned when President Moon Jae-in sat with UNESCO Director General Audrey Azoulay seeking continued support and interest for the 결의말 큰사전 project in Paris, France in October 2018, and was motivated by the UN's designation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022 to 2032, followed by declaring 2019 the International Year of Indigenous Languages. As you all know, there are 6,000 or 7,000 languages on Earth, so many that we cannot tell the exact number. A worrisome trend is that a considerable number of them have already disappeared and many others are on the brink of extinction. The extinction of a language is the end of a culture it contains and the end of a world. Based on this understanding, UNESCO has worked to preserve linguistic diversity and support multilingualism, paying special attention to the sustainability of indigenous languages. Its effort is not without obstacles. Unique local cultures are gradually losing their places due to the global economic integration as capitalism advances, the spread of the internet, and the development of video technology. Overcoming the negative legacy of the past left by the imperialist powers in each region still remains as a challenge. In that regard, I am reminded of Abdulazara Kuruna, the author who won this year's Nobel Prize in Literature. Though I have not yet read his works, his reported history caught my interest. He is of Arab heritage and was born in Tanzania, Africa. He arrived in Britain as an asylum seeker when ethnic persecution began in his country, and he has been writing for more than half a century. Though his mother tongue is Swahili, he writes in English. Still, the British citizen confesses, "I am from there. In my mind, I live there," which is Tanzania. His dual identity is very suggestive if we compare it with the historical cases of Korea. Novelist Dong Myung-hee gave a thrill to Korean readers with his masterpiece full-length novel Im Kok-jung when his country was lost to Japanese imperialism. What impressed me the most from the novel was the characters' journey around the country, seeking various landscapes and customs and meeting compassionate people. Contemporary readers tend to complain that all the characters in the novel speak only the polite standard Korean language of Seoul. The protagonist Kok-jung is from the lowest class, Kappachi comes from Hamgyongdo, and other characters are from different parts of the country. But they all speak standard Korean instead of their local dialects. Strictly speaking, this is certainly a major flaw of the novel. However, it should be taken into account that the novel was written not only the colonial rule, but also at a time when a unified standard for writing in Korean was non-existent. The use of the Japanese language was officially mandated, suppressing the traditional language life of the Korean people. Perhaps the entire Korean language was in danger of being reduced to an indigenous language. I believe 임꺽정, as it is written, was the most effective and inevitable choice to defend the identity of Korean as the national language of the era. Indeed, a language only stays alive when used in every moment of our daily lives. A community in crisis means a language in crisis. Writing literary works like 임꺽정 was one of the most active resistance to the crisis. This case reaffirms that writing works in indigenous languages or reciting poetry in one's mother tongue can be an act at the forefront of protecting indigenous culture. Your hard work to make this academic event possible is truly meaningful in that aspect. Thank you. Vice President Jung Do-sang, thank you very much. Next, we'd like to invite Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. I'd like to invite Secretary General Han Kyung-gu up to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Han Kyung-gu, Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. I am delighted to be joining the second International Academic Forum, Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, and sincerely welcome all the speakers and audiences who are joining us both online and offline. If you consider how many and how diverse cultures exist on this planet, you will see there are just as many languages that contain the cultures. Language goes beyond a means of communication. It is both a product of the unique wisdom and adaptation of the user community and a vessel holding the group's creativity, worldview, value system, and identity. Unfortunately, around 2,600 indigenous languages, more than a third of the 7,000 languages that exist on Earth, are now endangered. This means that we are losing precious heritages, each embodying vibrant cultures and identities of humankind. In response, the UN declared the International Decade of Indigenous Languages from 2022 to 2032, encouraging global efforts to preserve and revitalize indigenous languages. And UNESCO, as UN lead agency for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, will work on various fronts to enhance linguistic diversity and safeguard its value. This forum, under the theme Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages, will be an opportunity to rethink indigenous languages from a new literary perspective. The world of literature uses language as building materials, thus crystallizing the values, imagination, lives, and sentiments of the culture it belongs to. Reading literary works is a way to experience other cultures indirectly. We get a chance to understand people from diverse backgrounds and feel closer to them. However, if you think about it, the vast majority of foreign literature that we encounter is from the so-called mainstream culture and written in the mainstream language. You will realize we get to come across only a fraction of the infinite number of worlds built on the inexhaustible number of languages. In fact, UNESCO has an ongoing project called UNESCO Collection of Representative Works Project, where we translate literary works of different countries that are less known, including minority languages, to introduce to the rest of the world. It also introduced Korea's land, Chunyang story, and the Joseon Dynasty's songs of the dragons from the 1970s to the 1990s. Broadening our experience and understanding in each other's culture is also in line with the spirit of the UNESCO Charter that aims to enable peace by breaking down the obliviousness, misunderstanding of each other. In that context, being able to appreciate works written in indigenous languages together in this event is a precious opportunity for us to be exposed to diverse worlds contained in such languages. I personally look forward to seeing the worlds opened by works written in Jeju language at the southern end of Korea and in Hamgyongdo dialects from the other side of the divided country. I hope this forum, held ahead of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, serves as a meaningful opportunity to remember the exceptional values of indigenous languages and rediscover their vitality as a tool of creation. Thank you.
We've listened to the greetings remarks from Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO. And Ministry of Unification Lee In-young has sent us a video message of congratulations on the opening of the International Academic Forum. Let us now all enjoy the video message.
여러분 반갑습니다. 대한민국
Ladies and
통일부
gentlemen,
장관
I am Lee
이인영입니다.
In-young, Ministry of Unification
토착어의
of the
지속
Republic
가능한
of Korea. I
발전을 주제로
wholeheartedly congratulate you on holding the International Academic Forum under the theme of sustainable development of
결의말
indigenous
큰 사전
languages.
편찬을 위해서
I'd like to extend deep gratitude and respect to Chairman of the Kyoremal 큰 사전 Committee 업무, who worked hard in silence, and staff for their devotion to compile the Korean language 큰 사전, which is the Kyoremal 큰 사전. I'd also like to welcome and extend sincere gratitude to Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO, Ambassador Kim Dong-hee of the Permanent Delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO, and National Assembly Do Jung-hwan. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all of those who support the effort to hand down our indigenous languages, a precious heritage of humanity, to future generations. Language is a characteristic of humans, pride of the Korean people, and the symbol of culture. This is the first line of foreword Korean of the Korean language 근사전, published in 1947 by the Korean Language Society. The foreword is concise and aptly precises the importance of recording and preserving the language of the Korean people at the time when we got our language back upon the liberation from the Japanese colonial rule. Language carries a history, culture, and spirit of the people who use it. That South and North Korea speak the same language represents that we Koreans are the same people who share common history, culture, and spirit. In light of the long history of using the common verbal and written language, it is only a short period of time that the Korean language was separated and was used differently by South and North Korea. But the longer the time goes by without exchanges of verbal and written languages blocked by an invisible wall between South and North Korea, the more difficult it will become to understand each other due to the language gap widening further. Addressing this issue, Reverend Moon Kwan proposed to publish a Korean dictionary in 1989 with a joint effort of South and North Korea. In 2005, South and North Korea held their first meeting in this regard at the Mount Kumgang and started to collect Korean words together in earnest. From Jeju to Hamgyong province across Korea and from China to Central Asia and foreign lands, the first attempt was made to compile the language of the entire Korean people. Over the period of 10 years, South and North Korea held 25 joint meetings to select 307,000 headwords, out of which they agreed on 125,000 headwords. Furthermore, a temporary binding was prepared in March this year based on the discussions made so far in spite of the inter-Korean stalemate. As such, South Korea is making steady preparations of its own in case that the joint inter-Korean compilation project resumes. Participants in the forum, and ladies and gentlemen, compiling the 결의말 근사전 jointly means more than just preserving the language together. It is indeed significant in that it lays a cultural groundwork for eventual unification of the two Koreas. I try to learn newly coined words these days to understand the youth better. It is because language is an important key which enables to understand each other. In the process of making the 결의말 근사전 together, South and North Korea recognize the differences and try to narrow the gaps. This helped to deepen mutual understanding by acknowledging their different backgrounds and cultures. Such efforts of compiling the 결의말 근사전 that binds the words and minds together will serve as an important stepping stone in the process of unifying the two Koreas. However, unfortunately, it appears that the inter-Korean deadlock brought the project of 결의말 근사전 to a halt. Moreover, collecting our words must continue regardless of any political or security circumstances. Currently, legislation to extend the period of the 결의말 근사전 South-North Joint Compilation Project Act is about to be passed at the Republic of the Korea National Assembly. I believe that the extension of the act comes as a result of the bipartisan recognition of the importance of the 결의말 근사전 project. The Republic of Korea government reassures you that we will continue to support the 결의말 근사전 Joint Compilation Project in close consultation with the National Assembly so that the project can stably proceed without suspension. Distinguished guests, the word 소복 소복 in the lyrics of the song released last year by the globally famous K-pop boy group BTS once became popular among fans around the world. It became popular because the Korean word carries a unique sentiment that cannot be replaced or expressed by any other languages. The spirit and culture that each word carries itself is the invaluable heritage of humanity. I hope that the 결의말 근사전 Joint Compilation Project will be able to significantly contribute to the efforts of UNESCO to preserve indigenous languages through the International Academic Forum today. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you on holding the International Academic Forum today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was His Excellency the Minister. And now I would like to ask His Excellency the Ambassador Kim Dong-gi, who is the permanent delegation of the Republic of Korea to UNESCO, and we will now show his video of congratulatory remarks.
안녕하십니까. 주 유네스코 대사 김동기입니다. 토착으로
Good morning,
문학
ladies and
주제로
gentlemen.
뜻깊은 국제 학술 포럼을 개최하게
I would like to
되신 것을
congratulate
진심으로
you
축하드립니다.
on hosting the truly meaningful International Academic Forum under the theme of the Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to His Excellency Minister of Unification, Lee Il-young. I would also like to thank President Yeon-mu-ung of 결의말 근사전 and Secretary General Han Kyung-gu of Korean National Commission for UNESCO for their dedication and hard work in co-hosting and preparing for the forum. My appreciation also goes to the experts who participate in today's forum through presentations and discussions, and to the distinguished guests from home and abroad who attend the forum. Language is a vessel that holds a person's intellectuality and a tool to express one's identity. It is also a means of communication and a medium for accumulating and passing on experience and knowledge. Language holds one's cultural intuition and history. A language extinction concerns far more than the language itself. The culture and the identity of the user group are also in danger. In this sense, the efforts of the United Nations and UNESCO to preserve the endangered languages of indigenous peoples are more urgent than ever before. And UNESCO has been making efforts in close collaboration with other member countries to maintain the diversity of the linguistic ecosystem composed of more than 7,000 languages and protect indigenous languages. The recent session of the UNESCO Executive Board held last month has evaluated UNESCO's past efforts and activities to preserve indigenous languages and realign future directions. It also assessed recent cooperation achievements and discussed in detail the plans for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages 2022-2032, which begins next year. I feel proud that my country is keeping up with the efforts of the international community by hosting the second Forum for Sustainability and Advancement of Indigenous Languages. This year's forum, in particular, will be an opportunity to explore various ways to preserve indigenous languages under the main theme of the sustainable development of indigenous languages, literature activities in indigenous languages. And I'm sure that we will be able to have very constructive discussion. Literature is said to be the culmination of language. We pass on our spirit to future generations through literature. Therefore, composing poetry and writing novels in indigenous languages to communicate with people is a powerful way to preserve and inherit the memories and heritage of those who speak indigenous languages. I hope scholars and experts presenting today will provide insightful and informative discussions on the subject and devise effective ways for preserving indigenous languages through literature.
좋은 방향이 제시되고
I believe this forum will serve as an opportunity to encourage greater participation and cooperation in efforts to promote linguistic diversity through the preservation of indigenous languages and, in turn, build a bulwark of peace, which is also the spirit of the UNESCO Charter. I would like to end my message by expressing once again my deepest gratitude to distinguished guests as well as experts from home and abroad for making this forum possible today. Thank you.
김동기 대사님 감사합니다. 마지막으로 현직 국회의원이시면서 오랜 기간 시인으로도 활동해 오신 도종환 의원님께서 축하의 마음을 담아 영상을 보내주셨습니다. 도종환 의원님을 바로 만나보시겠습니다.
We'd like to invite lawmaker Do Jong-wan, a poet and also a long-standing congressperson, for his video message of congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, I send you greetings to congratulate the Second International Academic Forum, the Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages. I am Do Jong-wan, a congressperson of the National Assembly. I'd like to thank President of the Board Yoon and your colleagues who worked hard for this event, and Secretary General of the Korean National Commission for UNESCO Yoon for enabling this event to happen. From cave paintings and rock engravings to characters written on bamboo slips and parchments, all the way to the data store and a cloud server, humankind has always endeavored to convey information from the past. We as a human race have come up with words and speech along the way, seeing countless languages come and go, or thrive and decline. The birth and extinction of languages may be a natural course of history. However, currently over 2,600 indigenous languages, more than a third of the 7,000 languages that exist on Earth, are in danger of extinction. Humanity must find a way to overcome this crisis together. One of the best ways to pass down various languages to the next generation is to utilize literature, the most beautiful language activity. An example of preserving language with the help of literature can be seen in the Korean history in the 20th century. The Japanese Empire colonized the Korean peninsula in the early 20th century and suppressed the use of Korean language, perceiving it as an obstacle to colonial rule. Poets like Yoon Dong-ju and Yuksa Dong-ju tended and cultivated the language. If Korean went extinct then, the world would not have seen the Korean cultural contents they cheer for right now. Today's forum, which explores the values of indigenous languages through literature, suits the spirit of the UNESCO Charter that calls for peace built on the intellectual and moral solidarity of humankind. As a poet and a politician, I will do my best to preserve and utilize indigenous languages in cooperation with UNESCO. Korea has entered deep into autumn. I hope you make the best of this beautiful autumn and live in it with your own colors and scents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have listened to congratulatory remarks from 3 VIPs. Thank you very much for that. And now, that concludes our opening ceremony, and we will begin the session 1. Let me first introduce the session 1 of this day 1. Now, this International Academic Forum is open to participation by anyone through YouTube streaming. I ask for your interest and participation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that was Mo Sun-young, Secretary General of 결의말 큰사전. Thank you very much for serving as the chair of the opening ceremony. And before we begin the session 1, why don't I ask the VIPs to please come forward so that we will be able to have a photo session. Now all the VIPs on site, I would like to ask all of you to please come forward to take part in the group photo session to commemorate the Second International Academic Forum on Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages.
마스크를
And
착용하고
we are wearing the masks, but still I like to ask you to smile brightly with your eyes.
네, 촬영하겠습니다.
We'll now take the photo. 1,
둘,
2,
셋.
3.
네, 한 번 더 촬영할까요?
One more time, please.
하나, 둘,
1, 2, 3.
네. 네, 눈으로 활짝
Yes,
웃어주시면 사진이
let's
아주 잘
all
나올 것
smile with our
같습니다.
eyes.
촬영하겠습니다. 하나,
1, 2,
셋.
3.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
마무리하도록
We
하겠습니다.
now
뒤로
can
모시겠습니다.
end the photo session. You may now return to your seats.
네, 이렇게 귀빈분들 모시고
We have our distinguished guests and VIPs, and we had a brief photo
내린
session.
여러분은 자리로 모시고
And now I like to
계속해서
rearrange the
제1
settings so that we
세션
can begin the first
감사하겠습니다.
session.
네, 그럼 이번 국제
And
학술 포럼의 제1
We will now
세션을
begin the first
시작하도록
session of the
하겠습니다.
International Academic
제1
Forum.
세션의 주제는
The topic of the first
토착어의
session is
지속 가능한
Indigenous
발전을
literature
위한
activities for
토착어로
sustainability
문학하기입니다.
of Indigenous
제1 세션을
languages.
이끌어 주실
In the first
시인이자
session, we'd like to
문학평론가
invite
김지윤
Kim
차장님을 앞으로
Ji-yoon,
모시겠습니다.
the
여러분,
poet and literary
박수
critic,
부탁드립니다.
to moderate the first session. Please give a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Hello,
저는
everybody.
시인이자
I'm a poet and also
문학평론가의
literary critic. I'm Kim Ji-yoon.
오늘 1세션의 좌장을 맡게 되었습니다.
I am honored to be moderating the first session. I understand that we also have many participants from overseas. For all of you from the overseas regions, I'd like to give a brief
Good morning,
greeting
ladies
in
and gentlemen.
English.
My name is Yoon Kim, and I'll be moderating the first session of the forum today. As a poet, as well as a critic, I'm also interested in literature activities in indigenous languages. I consider it a great honor to participate at this international forum held in Korea. I wish all our guests from overseas rewarding forum, and I hope that the presentation and discussion today will contribute to enhancing the friendship of the participating countries and help better understand each other. Welcome to this forum. 반갑습니다.
Welcome, everybody. We now open the Second International Academic Forum, Sustainable Development, Indigenous Languages. Literature activities in Indigenous Language Session 1 will begin now. In the first session, we have Director of the Korean Center for African Studies, Lee Seok, keynote speech, and also from Mexico, Kenya, Nigeria, and Guatemala, and Mexico, we will have the 5 poets who will share their literary activities in indigenous languages. They will share their poets, and for each presenter, a total of 10 poets will recite their poetry and a video. And I look forward to enjoying the recitals very much. Before we begin the first session, I'd like to give a housekeeping announcement about Q&A. For the participants and viewers of the International Academic Forum, if you have questions, please log on to our chatting box and leave your questions so that we can share them during the Q&A session. And also for the VIPs and distinguished guests on site, if you have questions, you may use the memo pad to write down the questions and deliver them to our staff. And then we will collect the questions and also share them during the Q&A session. So now we'd like to invite Director Lee Seok of the Korean Center for African Studies, who will share his keynote lecture. The topic is on the history of literature in indigenous languages and a sustainable future, centered on the African cases. Now, please greet Director Lee Seok with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome. And now, as introduced, my name is Seok. And yes, I am the director of the Korean Center for African Studies and also a professor of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST, teaching humanities and arts. Now, first of all, I would like to express my appreciation to UNESCO, a global agency, for inviting me at this forum to discuss the topic that I had always been thinking of, and that is literature activities in indigenous languages. I would like to thank the novelist Jeong Do-sang and poet Yoon Seok very much for your invitation. Now, today, what I would like to talk about is on the history of literature in indigenous languages and its sustainable future. But before going into the topic at hand, I would like to tell you a bit about my background leading to this. Now, my college major was English literature, which seems pretty far from Africa. However, as I studied further, I became more disturbed by the European or the American-centric perspectives of the world. It felt like looking outside from the center of everything. When I was writing my doctoral thesis in the mid-1990s, the discourse of post-colonialism was on the rise, and it instantly fascinated me. Now, post-colonialism, roughly speaking, is rereading the world, not from the center, but from the periphery, not from the empires, but from the colonies, not in the eyes of those in power, but of the powerless. By doing so, the theory highlights the ontology of the other, which was being deliberately distorted by modern Europe on the foundation Descartes laid down. Personally, I went to college under the severe military dictatorship in South Korea, so I watched the relationship between the normal and the abnormal, the civilized and the barbaric, the democracy and anti-democracy being disrupted with my own eyes. Against this backdrop, post-colonialism came into my life like a savior. It provided me with a new perspective on everything I have ever known. And that's where my relationship with Africa all started. After receiving my first PhD with a thesis on post-colonial theories, I did not hesitate to fly to Africa. I had no information at that time about the continent. Literally, I was like a blank piece of paper. It was before the mainstreaming of the internet, so I could not even search for information by myself. So I was scared and excited at the same time when I first arrived in Africa. I was in Cape Town, South Africa. It was right after Nelson Mandela had come to power, so the country was a little bit chaotic. Racism was less out in the open, but was building up even more tension under the water. A far-right party made up of white South Africans were even publicly instigating riots. I started my African studies in this unsettling atmosphere. It took me a while to understand the continent academically since I did not have any prior knowledge or necessary basics in place. 6 years later, after many twists and turns, I earned my second PhD, this time in African literature. Now, some say this is the first degree a Korean obtained in African literature in an African university, which exemplifies my country's lack of interest in the continent back then. I stayed for 4 more years in South Africa to expand my understanding of the vast continent and fill gaps in my knowledge. I feel both proud and burdened to be the first generation of Korean scholars in the field of African studies, so I thought, if I'm going to do it, I'll do it right. When I returned to South Korea after 10 years of studying, I organized the Asia-Africa Literature Forum to be held in Jeonju, Korea in 2007 with the help of many like-minded friends. The forum gathered authors from the most number of countries among such forums, with 45 authors I invited from 37 African countries. This was matched by an Asian author group of similar size. The event that brought Asian and African authors together was held with great success in the city of South Korea. African authors I invited included Ngugi wa Thiong'o from Kenya, Kofi Anidoho from Ghana, and Nawal El-Saadawi from Egypt, Louis Nkosi and James Matthews from South Africa, and Nai Osunder from Nigeria. The session I put the most emphasis on as I was preparing the event was titled Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages. My rationale was that it is impossible to discuss Asian and African literature legitimately without a proper understanding of literature in indigenous languages. If I were to generalize, I would say African indigenous literature is based on orality. The letters used for indigenous literature are mere tools borrowed from Western culture. As I expected, the session on orality-based literature gave a great shock to the general readership in South Korea, where the literacy-oriented perspective of literature is firmly grounded. Literature that is devised and materialized in speech, not in writing, gave them an unfamiliar aesthetic impact. Let me now then discuss the relationship between orality and literature in indigenous languages. Now, in 2012, I have invited the world-renowned Ghanaian oral poet Kofi Anidoho for two reasons. One is because I had a chance to meet him in Ghana a few years before the invitation. At his own house, I encountered Gayatri Spivak, the influential Indian post-colonialist scholar who translated Anidoho's poetry collection Earthchild into Bengali. We talked about various subjects related to the tradition of African indigenous literature and its sustainable history, including his oral poetry. I promised him then that I would invite him to South Korea so he could discuss with the Korean readers and point out how the study of humanities in Korea is immersed in Eurocentrism. And the second reason is that I was fascinated by his precious pieces of oral poetry. I translated his poems into Korean and published the collection under the title of Dear Africa, Dear Sad Tropics, and decided to invite him in commemoration of the publication. Now, in the Dear Africa, Dear Sad Tropics, there is one oral poem that I would like to read to you, and it is entitled Fertility Game. Come back home. Agbe Nuksevi, come back home. A week today, at carnival time, young men of the land will gather for the wrestling duel of song and dance. Maidens will sharpen their tongue sand, carve praise images of dream, lover sand. I have a gourd full of praise names laid aside for you. I remember struggling to preserve its orality and indigenousness in the Korean translation. And when I was introducing this poem to Korean readers, I explained the appeal of orality-based African literature in indigenous languages as follows. Listening to Kofi Anidoho's poems, one experiences confusion that reorders the senses. The confusion, however, is quite entertaining. This is because the realm of senses that poetry appreciation takes place moves and expands from the silent eyes into the ringing of the throat and in the ears. And Kofi Anidoho himself, too, interestingly described this reterritorialization of senses, oral poetry triggers, as a process of losing the realm of eyewitness and reclaiming that of ear witness. In fact, if you look closely at the history of literature worldwide, the oral tradition overpowers the written one. Europe, even with a long history of literacy, is no exception. The Latin Vulgate, written in the lingua franca of medieval Europe, was translated into various languages of the Christian community with the advent of the Gutenberg printing press, which then popularized the written literature in Europe. This was in the 16th century. Europe, therefore, experienced a shift from orality to literacy in the 16th century. It had been dominated by orality before that. Even Homer's Iliad and Odyssey that appeared around the 8th century and are acknowledged as one of the first written Western texts were originally in oral form. They began as stories passed down by word of mouth, just like the Indian epic poems, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. In that sense, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the history of mankind began with orality.
And from now on, let's take a brief look at the history of orality-based African literature in indigenous languages. Africa inherits and contemporizes its longest tradition of oral history in the world with the recently coined term orature. Ugandan researchers Austin Bukenya and Pio Zirimu first introduced the term at the Festival of African Arts and Culture held in Nigeria in 1977. At the Festac, the term was created to fight against the tendency to consider oral arts inferior to the written form of literature of the time. Oral literature was, and still is, recognized as a subcategory of written literature. This must have been frustrating for the African people, who are keeping the oral traditions as their cultural archetypes. As Aaron Mushanyeji pointed out, a famous literary critic, African orature and orature-based indigenous literature deeply involved in ancestral rites and spirit rituals command savory narratives and entertaining spectacles, unlike sensually simple and dull written literature. They are linked to the collective experience of the community, such as female genital mutilation and coming-of-age ceremony, and works as an important mechanism for constructing one's identity. The female protagonist of The River Between, written by the leading Kenyan novelist Ngugi wa Thiong'o, for instance, risks her life to have her genitals mutilated. She believes that she would not be able to find her identity within her community unless she accepts the custom. African orature and orature-based indigenous literature strongly connected to the life world on the ritual foundation as such, suffered a severe crisis as it encountered colonialism and imperialism. The colonialist or imperialist forces, armed with the Holy Script, written books, and administrative documents, degraded the value of oral communication, inventing the African culture in general as illiterate. African people suddenly turned into an inferior race that is unlettered and without a writing system, have faced a situation where their entire history, as well as their very being, is denied at the root. Congolese philosopher V.Y. Mudimbu acutely analyzes this absurdity Africans have experienced in his book Invention of Africa, Gnosis, Philosophy, and Order of Knowledge. He acknowledges the perceived inferiority of African people as an Western invention. The Western world, he argues, justified its colonialist and imperialist expansion, fully mobilizing anthropology, mythology, philosophy, humanities, and other sciences. The African continent and its people, as a result, were diminished to the heart of darkness, the primitives, or to borrow Schweitzer's term, distant cousins. Interestingly, African people did not abandon orature and orature-based literature in indigenous languages, even while their life world founded on orality is being overwhelmed by the force of the Holy Script and written words. Rather, they have employed orature and its written form to produce more modern works, nicely tuned with the contemporary sensibility. The Nigerian author Chinua Achebe, who wrote novels in English with a linguistic sense close to native English speakers, once coolly confessed that he grew up with Bible in one hand and idol in the other. Perhaps what facilitated his confession would have been the microscopic power of the world of the orature. African people nowadays are diving into internationalizing their orature and orature-based literature in indigenous languages. And Kenya has been at the forefront. Kenya is constantly striving to sync its orature and indigenous literature with the culture overall, using various media, including the drama, music, or folk festivals. For instance, even the president of Kenya has attended the communal traditional ritual based on orature held in the National Theatre, which was held during the genital mutilation. Kenyan artists are also putting their effort to restructure orature and indigenous literature into a form that suits better the digital age we live in. The Ozidi saga of the Ijo, for instance, has been reconstructed into a movie, and other attempts have been made to turn Kenyan traditional proverbs and riddles into some kind of a game using new platforms such as Twitter and chat services. Yogi Wationgo has used the term cyberture to emphasize the need for the hybridization of orature and indigenous literature with digital technology in order to guarantee their sustainability. And lastly, I would like to conclude with the case in mind of the global significance of African orality and indigenous literature. The struggles of indigenous literature are not limited to Africa, but are universally shared by the global South. the Southern Hemisphere, that includes Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The Kenyan novelist Ngugi's novel, Devil on the Cross, was published in 1981. He originally wrote it in Gĩkũyũ language and later self-translated it into English to communicate with the readers in the global north or the northern hemisphere. This book is an excellent example of how orality-based literature in an indigenous language can become a new canon of world literature. Seven Bandits play a sort of a squid game to most creatively exploit the people in Kenya, now under new imperialism, even after its independence. For your reference, this Korean Netflix hit Squid Game depicts a deadly competition where the last surviving one gets enormous rewards. I read The Devil on the Cross around 20 years ago, and it gave me goosebumps all over my body back then. I still remember the moment vividly. I was astounded because the novel gave me a certain sense of a déjà vu. The novel, in other words, seemed familiar to me from the very first page. Like two peas in a pod, it reminded me of the Five Bandits of Korean poet Kim Ji-ha, the collection of oral poetry based on the so-called Korean orator Pansori. And The Devil on the Cross of 1981 and The Five Bandits of Korea were so similar. Ngogi visited South Korea in 2005. A Korean newspaper at the time let me interview him under the headline, Conversation with the World's Greatest Intellect. I had a chance to raise the similarity between Five Bandits and The Devil on the Cross at the time. Notwithstanding the length of the narrative, because one is a poem and the other is a novel, the two are so akin, especially in their narrative formats and contents. So I asked him whether The Devil on the Cross was influenced by the earlier work Five Bandits by Kim Ji-ha of Korea, and he honestly and daringly admitted it. That conversation incidentally brought to light the relationship between The Devil on the Cross and The Five Bandits and gave me an insight that the themes of orality-based literature in indigenous languages are not local but universally shared by the global South, where the history of narratives has been distinctive from the written literature, which led me to delve deeper into related topics. I am currently setting up a global group named Post Bandung with a mission to expand the reach of indigenous literature in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and strengthen the solidarity between the regions. I named the group Post Bandung to refer to the 1955 Bandung Asian African Conference, which symbolizes the historical partnership of the Global South during the Cold War of the 20th century. I hope Post Bandung inherit the role it played while overcoming its flaws. I do not doubt that African orality and its orality-based literature in indigenous languages will play a critical role in the construction of a new world literature that would be opened by Post Bandung. Thank you.
네, 이석호 소장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the
아프리카를
keynote
학문적으로
speech.
연구하신 과정과
Now
한국의
he
아프리카
explained to
문화를
us how he
소개하시고 또
academically
아프리카
studied
국민들과
Africa and
교류를
also
소중한 경험 나누어 주셔서
shared
감사합니다.
his experience of
아프리카
having
문제가
exchange
아니라
with the
글로벌 사우스의
African writers and
문제이다,
artists.
보편적
And he also mentioned that
문제이다라고
this
하신
is
말씀이
an issue of the
인상적이었는데요.
global south, not
소장님께서
just of
준비하고
Africa,
계신다고 하신
and
포스트
also
반둥의
the
연대가 또 세계 문학의 문을 열어갈 수 있기를
post-Bandung
진심으로 응원하는
alliance
마음입니다.
that you are preparing
토착으로
will also be able to
문학하기에
open
대해서
up
생각하게
further
됐고,
exchanges.
네, 기조 강연 이후로
Now then, following
본격적으로
the
이제
keynote
5분의
speech under the
토착어
topic
시인분들을
of
만나볼
the
차례입니다.
Indigenous
첫 번째
literature
발표를
activities, now
맡아주신 분은
we would be
멕시코에서
listening to
마야딴어로
the
문학 활동을 하고 계시는
writers
알레한드라 사실
in
산체스
Indigenous language.
시인입니다.
And now the
먼저
first
시인에 대해서
speaker is
궁금해하실
Alejandra
많은
Sasil
분들을
Sánchez
위해
Chan.
간략히 소개를
And I'm sure
제가
that many of you would
해드리겠습니다.
be wondering about
알레한드라
her,
사실
so let me
산체스
have the
시인은
pleasure of introducing her.
멕시코 유카탄주의
Alejandra
테카시
Sasil Sánchez
사야
Chan
출신으로
is from the
멕시코
Saya
국립예술센터에서
Tecax, Yucatan of
마야어
Mexico.
문예
She is a
담당자로
technician
활동을
in
하고 계십니다.
literary creation in the
마야어로
Mayan
쓰인
language from the State
다양한
Center of Fine
가명들과
Arts.
편집에 작품이
She has
실렸고,
published in journals
그리고
and literary arts
2016년에
anthologies
멕시코 말의 혼
in
문학상을
Mayan language,
수상하시고
and she's also the winner of
2020년에는
the State
쓰는
Literary
시간
Contest
문학상을 수상하시기도
To the Spirit of the
하셨습니다.
Letter, and also the
현재는
State Literary
라후르마다
Contest
마야지의
Writing Times.
마야어
Currently,
칼럼
she is an
팀의
editor
편집자로
from
활약하고
La
계십니다.
Jornada Maya, a
먼저
newspaper that has a Mayan
작가님께서
section.
보내주신 마야딴어로
Cancel.
문학하기
Now
신앙시인
then,
영상을
first we will
감상하시고
view
그
the
후에
video
작가님을 모시고
of
이야기를
Mayan
듣겠습니다.
poem recital,
영상
and then we will
함께
hear
보시죠.
from her. So now let's watch the video first.
Kolel. Tang iliksik otoch kolel. Bimya nakateng utsotel Apollo. Tial imbetik uk asil uchailop, uchawakil awokop. Tial umuk chahal, ujokomilop, ubabaikil awe awotel. Tial in tsaik ubokina, ujal akabop. Tial in kolo chaitik, ubakpach. Tang iliksik otoch kolel, bimya nakenteng ubo shelachi. Tial in betik, in hol nahil, ukap elil in awich. Tial in betik, ukis nebilo, tang iliksik otoch kolel, bimya nakenteng tulakal awinklal, tial in what's consik otoch in kolel.
Sastal. Tutsu akap kahlik ina hopkak. Ubochit ma unokil ekop. Tialul hulikubel. Tutakauka kach Seok tukobene. Tutabahukay uyalak tel yetel chichop tinikbalo tutsotselobe. Tuhek aptahona. Tunehuntul kokaye. Tuhorosta chilip utialutsak tuchuk. Tutabakin. Saschahil.
Balik chakan. Kah uma uyok tuk sahil ichil ovem. Chip uku akabi. Ukoloh chilobe nenetap tumen utulilop akap. Yetel uyalabil sie hantap tumen ukamasil nikbeem. Chen kokay tutina usasil tuyich ahesahil. Katusasil kun sahop bekech okomil atal laili walakbale. Tusewanile shnukolele kutsoksik itak angkunsik uk ahlayil ichil utatil usail tumben kustan. Uyol ovene saha angetel upishan chichok. Tumen ahe sahilobe kuchakalop otel. Nip olantes.
Abi, tulekin chiche at minang wahi. Petab ukayemil, kahok ubimbal ichkol. Ujele tutunta tantan sherilek. Ulake hantab tumen wihilmak. Inchiche husnahi, hakachnahi, katutak tumben wa. Si uyabil.
Kolelo. Teng le tupult ano, le mate chuyala alo, le shishik ot elo, le tehel yetel kak astukulobe, le bosh ochelo, le kusatal keshian mash kupakat, ten le sal kabo, le kupech el yetelumuk shi. Ten le chaknul winkilalo, le horontzip tan yetel popochil. Le kushin shimbaltikluum yeteluk ayil hets olal. Le kutsatsa yik uyot el tialuk akatmanu chibalil. Ten le mash bukin tik ekil tialuchak uyik mankin. Tenu sol le kuyilalo le matech uyu balo. Le kuyal kap yetel hao le kuha chahal ichilubel no ka. Le kumuchik ko kayok tialuchahik sasil tuhichmak. Teng le yash koolel le kuhayik umot tialo nupul luum yetel winik. Nip olal.
Toon. Kushtuwak otele, chen utsatsa yeluk aba kchichob, knaub, kikob. Kushtuwak iche, chen usastu nilob inolob, knohochium silob, kyum, menob. Kushtuwak tzotzele, chen ukanilob soskilil, usumil chen minan ushul kopan ichikash. Kushtuwak tone, yokol carbon, tsabon ichil wolis ustan.
네. 알레한드라 사실 산체스
All right, now then,
마야따노 사용자들이 직접
that was the recital of Alejandra Sasil Sanchez Chan's poems in Mayan language. Couldn't you also feel the ambience of the village? And I also wonder how the YouTube audience have felt. Now, if you also have questions or comments to the poet later on, then you can also leave those comments in the chat box in the YouTube. And now, why don't we invite the poet herself, Alejandra Sasil Sanchez Chan, to listen to her.
Muchísimas gracias por la escucha y
Thank
las
you
que estoy oyendo
so very
que va
much.
a ocurrir en este momento. Estoy muy contenta de estar aquí, de estar
Now, the
compartiendo
poems,
este
I
espacio,
just heard them in my
de
indigenous
que la
language.
voz,
I was deeply pleased by that. I would like to thank you so very much for the opportunity.
la lengua de mis abuelos, de mis abuelas, escuchando en otros horizontes, y es por eso que
Now,
agradezco
the
mucho
language of
este
my
espacio.
ancestors being heard in
Me
another
gustaría
country,
comenzar
loud and
diciendo
clear,
que me
is
gusta
highly
el
touching
silencio.
and moving.
Creo que es algo a lo que se le
Now,
puede poner cualquier
I would like
rostro
to first say that
y
I
cualquier
like
forma.
silence.
Creo que hay quienes
Because
piensan que el silencio
silence
representa la nada,
is something you can put
casi como
any
el número
face
cero
on,
que
any
ha
shape.
sido importante e histórico
There are
para mi
those who
cultura,
think
para mis
that
ancestros
silence
que fueron
represents
quienes
nothingness,
desarrollaron y
almost like the
descubrieron
number
este
zero.
numeral. Aparentemente es
But-
eso, la nada. Sin embargo, para mí
And because of
representa,
that, people also
algo
believe that it
que es
represents
exactamente
the absence
todo
of
lo
everything.
contrario. Son oportunidades de
I
dibujar rostros,
believe
de
the
dibujar
exact
siluetas,
opposite is
de
true.
poner aromas, de poner color,
When I think of
de ponerle
silence or
letras,
zero,
texto a
then
todo lo que imaginamos y a todo lo que
I
conocemos
can think
desde
of
lo que nos han
a new
enseñado,
face, a new silhouette,
desde la
an
forma en la que
aroma, and
nosotros
color
miramos
or
el mundo.
text to whatever we imagine.
Creo que es una parte de
And I
cómo yo
believe
entiendo la
that is
poesía y de
how
cómo
it is represented
para mí
as poetry.
significa el hecho de
And
escribir
that is why
desde esas
when
letras
I think about
todo lo que
poetry
me
or when
rodea
I
y
think
todo lo que
about the
concibo en
meaning
este
of
mundo.
poetry, then
Creo que es todo aquello
it
que
is
podemos
through
nombrar,
text
que se puede colorear, que podemos
how
dibujar,
we
que podemos
can
mostrar, pero no
name,
solamente eso. Creo
color,
que es
draw,
parte de
show,
todo lo que
or
nosotros podemos
denounce
denunciar,
from our
de todo lo
reality, all the
que
shapes or
vivimos,
the
de todas
colors,
las formas en
everything
las
of
que
my
hemos
reality,
sido
and
reprimidos
actually
y
even
hemos
beyond that,
sido de alguna manera puestos hacia
to
un lado. Es una manera de alzar la voz,
communicate this
es una
and
manera de ponerle nombre,
report this
es
to
una
the world
manera
as well. This is
de
one way for
expresar
us
todo
to
lo
voice
que
ourselves.
hemos vivido y no solamente yo, sino toda
And
la
it is
gente,
a way
todos mis
for us
ancestros y
to
todas las
share
personas
our
que me han antecedido
experience
y por lo
and
cual
our
yo estoy
lives,
aquí,
not
poder
just of
hablar
myself or
en mi lengua,
ours,
escribiendo
but
en mi lengua.
of our ancestors and of our people,
Creo que vivimos en diferentes
to represent
mundos.
them in text, in
Posiblemente
writing.
nuestra realidad sea mirada desde otros ojos.
Now we live in
Creo que hay un
different
cruce de
worlds,
realidades.
and we
Creo
also
que hay
view
contextos que nos ponen
reality
en el
from
mapa,
different perspectives,
desde
but then also
diferentes
the
territorios
different
que estamos
realities
habitando desde
crisscross
este momento.
with each other. And
Creo que las
also on the
personas
map
viven,
of different
respiran,
environments is
conviven desde
where
muchos horizontes
we exist
y desde
together.
muchas expresiones. Tal
People
vez no solamente
coexist
está la escrita
from many
como palabra,
horizons, from
sino
many
también desde
expressions,
otras formas de tener
and
la
we
cultura
are
y de
breathing
expresar el
and
idioma.
living together
A mí me ha
in
tocado
different
crecer bajo la
regions,
raíz del
in
pueblo maya
different
en
territories,
México, al sur
and
de este
we
país.
can communicate
Me ha
in
tocado
languages and also
crecer
in
bajo
written
esta
text.
filosofía
And
y
I
bajo todo lo
personally
que esto
have been
representa
born
para la
in
identidad
as
desde
a
donde
Mayan
yo
in the
nací
southern part
y
of
me
Mexico, and
identifico.
that is
Enuncio el mundo
where I was
desde el
born, and
Maayat'aan,
that is where I
desde
grew
esta
up, and
lengua
that
que
is
hasta
where
el
I was able
momento
to
palpita y
establish
respira en el cuerpo
my
de los
identity,
hablantes de
the language
comunidades como la
Maayat'aan.
mía, al sur del estado,
This
en donde la
language
palabra conserva el pensamiento, la visión de la vida
is
comunitaria, toda la
breathing
colectividad
and
y todo lo que
palpitating in the
significa
body of
que
the
nosotros
speakers of
seamos quienes
communities like
somos.
mine in the south of the state.
Me gusta pensar
And
e
it
imaginar
is the
cómo ha sido
language
este
where
proceso para mí,
myself and my
cómo es
people
que he
can
llegado hasta donde
represent
he
and
llegado,
show our identity.
porque creo que he sido
Now, in terms
privilegiada,
of
creo que he
the
tenido
process
oportunidades
of how this
que
came
muy
about, so when I think
probablemente
about
otras
that
personas
process
no han
of
podido tener.
establishing my
Cuando era
identity
niña,
as such,
yo no
then
sabía que era
I would say that
perteneciente
I
a una
actually
comunidad
have
indígena,
a very
o
good
cuando menos no
experience,
sabía
perhaps
que
better
esa
than
era la
others,
etiqueta, que
because
así se llamaba
when I was a
esto,
child,
el mundo al que yo pertenecía.
I did not
No
know
sabía
that I
absolutamente
belonged to
nada
an
sobre la
indigenous
diferencia entre el
community.
mundo maya y aquel que no
I
lo era.
knew
Para mí
absolutely
era un
nothing
universo
about the
en donde
difference
todos
between the
estábamos
Mayan world
convergiendo
and the
y en
non-Mayan
donde
world.
todos estábamos
I
siendo
thought that we
quienes
were
somos.
all living in the
Me di
same
cuenta de
world, all the
todo
same
ello
people.
cuando comencé a ir a la escuela. Fue mi primer
But I
contacto con
realized
aquello que no
the
era maya,
difference
con aquello
when I
que no
started going to
pertenecía,
school, when I
no estaba
began
bajo
my
la visión de
contact
mi
with the
mundo.
outside world. And
Entonces
that
me
is
di
when I
cuenta que no
realized
todas
that
las
there are
personas
also
hablaban el mismo
non-Mayan
idioma que yo.
people,
No todas las
and that is
personas
also when I
hacían las
realized that
mismas
not
cosas que yo.
everyone spoke the
Y no
same
todas
language
las
as me.
cosas se miraban
Not all people did the
al
same
mundo
things as
como
me,
lo miraban mis
and not
ojos,
all
ni
things
con los matices con
looked
lo que
at the
yo lo
world
hacía.
with the same eyes
Por
and
fortuna,
nuances as I
pude
did.
crecer con una madre y con un
And
padre, con
they did
abuelos y con
not see the
familia
world
que
with the
sembraron
same
esa raíz,
senses
que
and
ellos
the
me
colors as I
enseñaron mi
did.
idioma, el Maayat'aan, el que fue
I had
brotando
the
en la boca
fortune to
de
grow up
toda
with
esta raíz
parents
que se ha
and
extendido
grandparents
hacia quienes conforman mi pueblo. Porque
who
ellos
also
pensaban que si no
instilled
lo
in me the
hacían,
language
nadie
Maayat'aan.
más iba a
And
venir y
that
lo
is
iba a
how
hacer.
I
Es por eso que
got
estoy
to
completamente
grasp the
segura que las
concept
primeras
of
palabras
my
que habré
people.
escuchado en
And
la
if my
vida
ancestors
fueron
did
en
not
lengua
teach me
maya.
as such, then I would not have been able to learn my language. So the first language that I learned came from Maayat'aan, and
pero que estaban en
also
ese mismo
those
contexto.
who lived around me.
Con el
I thought that
tiempo,
everyone
mis padres se dieron
had the
cuenta que no
possibility of
solamente era
speaking two
importante hablar
languages,
el idioma,
Mayan
sino que
and
también era
Spanish.
importante
But
escribirlo.
over
Y
time,
es
my
ahí en
parents
donde hago
realized that it was not only
hincapié
important to
de que
speak the
fui muy
language, but also
privilegiada
to
de
write the
tener el
language.
acceso a esta
And this
forma de
is where
expresión en mi
I
lengua,
believe that I was
porque
probably
eso
luckier
significaba
than
muchas cosas
others, meaning that I
para mi idioma.
probably was
Entonces, la nueva
more
encomienda
privileged
por
than
parte de
others in this
ellos fue
sense,
comenzar a escribir mi lengua.
meaning that this
Algo
language,
que me
this
asustó
Mayan
en un
language
principio, porque
that not
aparentemente
many
es una
people
práctica que
spoke,
no todos
I was also
han podido
able to write
desarrollar,
it.
pero que sí
When I first
quisiera
had to do
que
it, it
muchos
was
pudieran
quite difficult and
tener.
I was quite scared
Mi
because it was
sorpresa
not
fue
for
muy,
everyone.
muy grande,
But then I do hope that more people would
en
be
una
able
de
to
esas,
experience this because this
en uno de
was
esos
truly a
momentos del
remarkable
proceso
experience.
de escribir en
When I
español, me
first
di cuenta pues que
began to
escribía solamente en
learn how to
español, que no
write
podía escribir en maya,
Mayan,
y me preguntaba por
well,
qué pasaba eso.
when I first began to write
Me preguntaba
Spanish, I
por
thought
qué
that I would not be able to
todos
write
a mi
Mayan.
alrededor, pese a
And
que
I
eran
also
hablantes, no
asked
podían
myself
escribir,
why I
no
was
podían
thinking
tener
so.
esta posibilidad.
Because all the
Por
indigenous
fortuna,
people around me, they
ellos, mi familia
spoke
me dijo, no te
Mayan, but
preocupes, mientras
did
tú y yo
not
nos
write it.
entendamos,
But what
eso va a ser lo
my
importante.
family
Y así
told
fue
me
como
is
tuve
that
mi primer
if we
acercamiento
can communicate
a
with each other,
escribir
then that would be the most
en
important
mi
thing.
idioma.
So that is how they
Entonces,
reassured me.
por todo lo que
And then,
después pasó de esto,
with that assurance, I
me decían que
began
no
to
importaba
write
en ese momento la
Mayan
gramática, que no importaban los aspectos del tiempo, que no importaban los verbos, que no importaba
in
la
the
redacción, sino que importaba la comunicación.
Spanish
Y creo que ahí era en donde nacía,
text. And then
donde
also,
radica la
we were able
importancia del
to
idioma.
realize once again that
Porque es la
what is more
palabra, es
important
lo que se
is
comunica,
communication,
es lo que
not
decimos, es
grammar
cómo lo
or
decimos.
anything else. In other words,
Tiempo después,
in
cuando
language,
tuve la
what is the most
oportunidad de ir a
important
la
is how we
universidad,
communicate.
tomé la
In other
primera
words, how we
clase
convey
formal
meaning
de mi
using that
idioma
language.
hasta la
Now, later,
universidad.
upon
Me
entering
parece
university,
algo que conlleva un peso muy
that
fuerte
is
en
when
cómo se
I
desarrolla,
took my first
cómo
class
se ha
in
desarrollado
Mayan writing,
políticamente el
and
idioma en este
that
territorio.
is when I really
Fue muy
felt a
grande mi
sense of
sorpresa
responsibility,
cuando me
and
di
it was also
cuenta
a
que
very
ya sabía
difficult
mucho más
process.
de lo que yo pensaba,
And also
que
the Mayan
prácticamente nada más me
language,
faltaba
how
ponerle nombre
it
a lo que
was
gramaticalmente era
developed
conocido
through
en mi lengua.
policy and how
Y
it
desde
was being
entonces
used
me
through
sentí capaz
policy.
de
So
plasmar
I also got
con
to learn
letras, con
about the policy.
palabras,
And also,
todo aquello que
surprisingly,
ya
I
anunciaba desde la
realized that
voz
I
y desde
already
la
knew
palabra en el
quite a
día a día.
lot about the Mayan grammar
Darme
than I
cuenta
had
que vivía en
thought.
dos mundos me hizo
And so
adaptarme a ambas
I was
realidades.
able to
Me
write
hizo
Mayan,
añorar mi pueblo, mi comunidad, la
not just
gente,
speak it,
cuando estaba fuera
and
de
I
ella.
was able to
Y
adjust
entonces,
to this
cuando encontré en las
bilingual
letras, especialmente en la poesía,
reality.
esta posibilidad de aterrizar mi
And
sentir
I
y
also
también de enunciar, aún en la
longed for my
distancia,
town,
aún en
my
el espacio que
community when I
estuviera,
was outside of it.
cómo
And it was
era mi
then
raíz,
that I began
sin
to
importar
write
dónde estuviera,
about such
decidí
longing and yearning.
sostenerla y apoyarla.
And because I
En
had
principio,
always
escribir
been
me ayudó a
connected to my
tejer
root wherever I was, so I was
mi
able
entramado de
to
identidad.
express
¿Quién
in
era?
writing in Mayan about
Porque fue una
such
forma
sense of
de
connection.
unir, de hilar
And
las
also
hebras que mi abuela, que mi abuelo,
there
que mi
was
tierra,
one
las
event or
costumbres
one thing that
que mi
made
familia
me
me habían
realize my
regalado.
identity even more, and that is about
Y
my
es por eso que los
grandmother, my
primeros
grandparent,
textos a los que yo tuve
and the
oportunidad de
fact that I
escribir,
was able to
los
ascertain
hice
my
sobre
identity
eso,
through
sobre
the
el
practices and the
cuestionamiento,
customs passed on
sobre
by
la
my
respuesta natural de
grandparents.
quién era,
So then,
encontrando
my
dos
first
aspectos que me
poems in
parecieron muy
Mayan,
importantes y que muy
they
probablemente
mostly
guiaron
deal
mi
with
camino desde ese
my
momento.
family,
Uno fue mi
relatives,
lengua
and also the
y segundo mi
indigenous
cultura.
people, my
Creo que
ancestors.
desde ahí
And that
partí
is how
para
I began
entonces
to
seguir
put everything
explorando
together
el mundo
in
de
it.
las letras.
And that is all based
Porque
on
comencé a
my
ver mi
own
idioma como una parte
language and
importante de
culture.
mí, quizá como algo que no era precisamente físico,
So
algo
you see,
palpable,
language
pero que sí
is an
representaba mi
important part of
motor,
me, a part of my
como un
identity.
músculo o como mi
It is not
columna vertebral,
something
porque
that is
desde ahí se
physical or palpable,
articularon las
but
acciones en mi andar,
it is almost like
independientemente
a
de la
part of
tierra donde
my
estuviera
muscle
pisando,
or
sea mi
my
comunidad, sea
bone,
una ciudad o sea
and
otro espacio
serves
geográfico.
as a driver for
Poco
me
a
to move. And it is also something that I can use wherever I am.
no como un
And
propósito,
also,
pero sí
little
como un
by
elemento que
little,
marcó mucho mi
the
vida.
theme of women
No
appeared to
puedo
me,
definirme
not with
completamente como
a
una
particular sense
mujer
of purpose,
perteneciente a
but
movimientos
as an
que han
element
estado
that
muy
has
presentes
influenced
actualmente,
my
como
life.
el feminismo.
I
Pero
do
eso no
not define
significa que
myself
esté
as a
en contra del
feminist,
movimiento o
and
de
I
la
am not
ideología.
against feminism
Esto
either.
me parece
But then,
que es porque tengo
I
una
believe
forma más
that
amplia de entender
the
y definir lo
perspective
que
of a
significa la
woman
mujer desde mi raíz y desde mi
was
realidad, desde mi
formed
contexto
in
y
my
desde cómo
literature.
crecí
In other words,
de la mano de mi
beginning
madre,
from
de
my
mi abuela y de la
reality,
gente
from
de mi
my
comunidad.
environment. So the definition of
De todo lo
woman
que mi
arising
abuela
from my reality,
significó
from
en
my
ese momento
environment,
antes de su
has
partida.
also made its
Pienso que
way
pasé
into
años
my
importantes
own
de mi vida
works
con
and my
ella.
own writing.
Me
And I would say
dejé
that
en las manos los movimientos
my
exactos
grandmother's
para formar uno de
experience
los
and my
alimentos
grandmother's
más indispensables
influence
en la
was
vida,
quite
que
large
es la tortilla.
because I spent
Aprendí de
important
ella cómo
years of my
moldear
life with
masa,
her.
cómo formar y dejarla
She
reposar
left
en el
me
fuego. Y eso para mí ha tenido
in my
mucho
hands
significado, como
the
casi
exact
como el
movements
sentido
to
de la vida y
form one
cómo
of the
vamos
most
caminando
essential
para
foods
estar hasta donde
in our
estamos.
life, and that
Lo he
is
tomado como
tortilla.
una metáfora.
And I learned from her how to
Casi como
mold
un
the dough, how to
instructivo para
form and
darle
let it rest
forma y
on the fire.
dirección a las
I have taken
acciones
it
que
as
llevo
a
en mi vida.
metaphor in life, and that
Entonces la poesía comenzó a
one that is
surgir como una
instructive to give shape and
representación de mi
cooking
abuela, como una
in our
metáfora de
life
un gran
itself.
árbol, como
So
esa
in
ceiba,
poetry,
que es este árbol tan sagrado para
depictions of
nuestro
my
pueblo maya,
grandmother
que crece y se
began to
extiende
emerge as a
en la
metaphor.
raíz y en la tierra en la que se encuentra.
Now, for my people,
Para mí ella fue un
there
punto de
is the
referencia
sacred tree,
muy
Ceiba
importante para
tree,
comenzar a explorar y
and
para
like that Ceiba
comprender
tree
quién
of the Mayan
quién
people,
conformaba mi universo femenino, mi
I
universo
thought that my grandmother
colectivo
was
también.
like this, so
Las mujeres que han
that is
caminado
how I began
conmigo,
to use
las
this
mujeres
as a
que también
metaphor
están
for my grandmother.
esta brecha,
And also, she
hacen
was the
en mí
one
que
who
tenga
served
la
as a
razón
reference to
y la
begin to
definición
explore and
de lo que es la
understand who she
fuerza,
is
la
or who
raíz,
makes
la
up my
lucha por la
feminine
vida,
universe.
la mirada, la
The
identidad,
women
los
who walked
sentimientos, el
and
amor, la tradición ancestral, entre
are
muchas
walking with
otras
me
cuestiones.
permeate
Y me ha
in
parecido
my reason
fascinante que la forma en la que me he descubierto escribiendo
and
sobre estos
who
temas
are the source of my strength,
es
the
casi
root,
nata, es
the struggle
casi
for
como la
life,
esencia
the
que
look
está
at
ahí,
identity, feelings, and love.
sin proponérmelo,
And
siempre es la
I would say
constante.
that it was also a
El
remarkable
inconsciente y mi
discovery
intuición
when
me
I
remiten
found
a ello
myself
casi
writing about them
inevitablemente.
in
Es
poetry.
por eso que en los últimos
So
años he
I would say
escrito
that
más acerca
in all
de
my
estos
poems,
temas.
the
Es la
common
vía en la que
theme
me encuentro
is
para
about
sumarme
my
a
own
la lucha
people,
que
about
cada
my
una de
people's
las mujeres de mi
circumstance,
tribu
and that is
ha comenzado
why
desde hace
I
muchos
wrote
años,
about my
pero
people
también es un
extensively,
reconocimiento que
and also
puedo
about
hacer hacia ellas.
women in this
No
reality,
es
in
para
this
darles
life.
voz, creo que ellas tienen su
The kind
propia
of
voz, con su
challenges
propia
or the
fuerza,
hardships that they
sino
are
que es
faced
para
with, and
que
also how they're trying
cada
to
una
overcome
de estas
such
voces se
issues.
vayan adheriendo y se vayan
And
conjuntando
that
para
rather than
gritar lo que
trying
cada
to
una vive
voice,
desde su
be
horizonte.
the voice
Y con esto me gusta
to the world, but
pensar
it's
e
actually
imaginar
their
que estoy
voices
haciendo y
coming
estoy
to
caminando en
my
colectivo
poem
con mi comunidad,
so that we
con
will
mi
be able to
pueblo, con
shed
las
light
mujeres que
on
lo
each of
conforman y
their
con todo
landscapes. So I
aquello
would
con
say
lo
that
que he
that
crecido.
is
Esto es un
what I
poquito
do.
del cómo es que
In
mi
other
poesía
words,
aterriza en
all
lo
the
que
elements that
en el
shape
tema de la
our
mujer, en el tema
identity,
de la
my
fuerza
identity,
y desde el cómo lo percibo desde mi
perhaps
contexto y mi realidad.
through the means of poem, through the
Espero
theme of
que
women,
esto dé un
through the
poquito de
theme of
luz
everyday life.
sobre el
I
por
try to
qué
represent them
escribo lo que
in my
escribo.
works. Now,
Y me gustaría mucho
why
agradecer la escucha que
I
han prestado
write
a
about
estas palabras
these
y
topics
decir que estoy muy contenta
was
de
just
que
explained
mi
this now,
lengua no
and
solamente se escuche,
I would
sino
like
se
to
vea
thank the
a la par
organizers
de
for
otras
giving me
lenguas
this
en el mundo,
opportunity
porque creo que tenemos muchas formas
to
de
express
enunciar,
myself and
de
also to
expresarnos
show
y de
the
decir
poem
quiénes somos. Y
recitals
creo que la poesía es uno
of
de
my
ellos.
poems in my own language. Thank you very
Por lo
much for
cual estoy
that,
muy agradecida
because
de
it is
estar aquí
through
en
the
este espacio
poems
compartiendo con
we are
todos
able
ustedes
to
un poco de lo
show
que
who
hago
we are. So
y
thank you
decir que no
very
soy la
much for
única.
allowing
Creo que hay
me
muchas
such
personas,
opportunity.
mujeres y hombres que están haciendo
And
una
one
labor
more thing
incansable
is,
por expresar y
I write poems in Mayan or Maayat'aan, but it's not only myself. I would also like to tell you that I am accompanied by many colleagues in this journey. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. So we have heard from Alejandra Sanchez Chan, who is writing in Maayat'aan in Mexico. Thank you very much for that. So about the roots and culture, and also the indigenous language, and also she talked about the family and women, and she also mentioned about the different landscapes and the different realities, how we exist in different realities, but also how we crisscross with each other. Then also starting from silence or from nothingness, and then how we begin from that to create something anew, the poetic moment. And I believe that that is what we have been experiencing just now, the poetic moment.
And next, I'd like to invite poet Miguel Oxlaj Cúmez, who is writing in Kaqchikel language in Guatemala. And he is a professor at the Kaqchikel University at the Keynote campus, a union leader and a social digital activist for the indigenous languages. Miguel is a representative for the Mayan, Caricpan, and Kinka peoples, and a representative for the fight against racism, xenophobia, and other forms of discrimination movement of the Public Services International Organizations for Mexico, Central America, and the Dominican Republic. In 2009, he was awarded with the National Prize for Indigenous Literature, Spots Guatemala. He writes poetry and narrative both in Spanish and Kaqchikel, his native language. Would first invite the poem recitals in the Kaqchikel language, and then listen to Mr. Miguel's story. Let's enjoy the video recital.
Hakari masatri kaspanuku shup chue katanin harikato kisumin shishulepe chirejrish kanul kirejer kitzok yah yimpetenek yinanimagneqpe wukotampe riaqapal ustapeka kanenim kaqen rinushek ripalam shapama jirochop rumakari Shinohir pahotol giropin, chikah ka shiropin, kan shapama, yenwil ritak chumil, kikin ribuka harikatok, shinapeh, chihunam nupen, ripalam, pahotol chukan niropin, yalan aninek, yalan chanin niropin. Rumari ritak ekretal, shkiyuhla, kikin ritak retal risaqil harikatok shinohir shishuleka parukajipal riqir shishikan paruka rikaqeq shipyin chuwech ritaqaj shinwichinaj potoqshitsun kanchuij nintzet chiripalam ntajin naniropin kapajotol jotol kanimka runimirlem rirutzok kanchaninka rumari shupo rihun nimalej huyu rukwa karupi alam huyu Matios.
Iraken ya digisis nekha chiki holis dikachelaj chiki holis nimalaj tahyu paretas rushik anik dikakulkan oninka dikin duponis dirasabeh nuhachala kan dikaslemas chike conocer y el kulkan parpej Numonolak es di is di asomar. Di chin nicholumirisaj kan likikush. Iraken ya, junimak kojlemar. Jala, luyash, lutzumar, likate, la chulef. Matios Chile.
Tipit olor. Inhush tipit olor. Kanjepel kanina ipishan. Toknik ayampe ilok oleh hop. Hepel chuka nina ishikan. Chukan ronohel rikit elah. Potoknik ayampe ilok oleh hop. Ipaeka parok ahun che. Ichin ipishan. Matios.
Hongruishim. Manghungwi apoy nektapan holom. Achikecho komare atit. Achikecho komari mamaj. Mantikireltan likits atrihung ishin. Richoch tapokal. Ustapelu kulchi krikij. Yelukevi chirusik ishik. Nikitotaj. Nikivopaj. Jari nikiyikvi pakipeqes. Janil la baijal tikakulun yechavi. Poco cajun ij. Shintzet chichupan jun ruishim. Shelpejun tichutim palamash. Hakaritak shimbetamaj. Chichupan rilokolejishim. Chirik esvi. Rirujamalil rik aslemal. Matios.
Kaqchikel. Hampesh kachap lukopishik patakakush. Hampesh kachap lukoshik luchirichi manak chik nichon tapechike. Hampesh katzapij kashikin lichi manak nikakashan tarutij. Hampesh kamestaj rutsukushik achiel tok xkamestaj chi rikatika mama xikam rumak rukolik. Achiel tok xkamestaj chitok rijulej xkisok xkipashij rikatika tata rikatika mama xkimol ruchi xkaq'umaj xkik'uxijrisaj chuqa xkiyakan kikaslemal parikush. Kanchanin xkamestaj chirinab'ey t'uj rixuya rikak'ux xkoxumam paqachap'el. Kanchanin xkamestaj chirikachap'el hariri xaqk'asb'en. Kanchanin xkamestaj chirixqatz'umaj chipaq'ij chichaq'a. Rikachap'el janila yaba ruchapon kamik nikan pakak'ux. Ruchapon kamik chuchi taqaq'a paruk'ux taquchoch. Matios.
네,
Yes, we've listened to the poems of Mr. Miguel Ángel Oxlaj Cúmez recited in the Maya capital users. In the poem Kaqchikel, we have listened to the song of the traditional musical instrument. It felt as if it was also part of the poem. And we listened to the indigenous people of various generations, which made the recital more meaningful and moving. We'd now like to invite Mr. Miguel Ángel Oxlaj Cúmez, the poet of the poetry, for his story. Please greet him with a warm round of applause.
Chocatachi vei bonogel, chupando junto catare, janila y caomán, chiqueri, catit camamá. Buenas noches a todas y todos. Buenos días, buenas tardes.
Currently, Mr. Miguel is delivering greetings in the indigenous language, Maya Kaqchikel language. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply pleased to greet you all. I'd also like to say hello to all my colleagues in many parts of the world. I'm very happy to be with you today. Under the Mayan calendar, the energy of today is called Honaku. That is the power or the energy of the day. On this day, artists, musicians, and
registrado en nuestro libro sagrado, el Popol Vuh, cuando
under our noble book,
lograron vencer las fuerzas del mal, las fuerzas
it is recorded as a very important day for the evil sources of the underground world. Today is the day is noted to conquer that evil force. So, as we are at this noble day, I'd like to thank our ancestors for giving us this good energy. The language of our grandparents are now passed down to us, and we are using them with our own mouths. So I think we need to be grateful. These people would tell stories of the fire, and our grandfathers and grandmothers would speak the language, and we would listen to their talks and then learn from them and pass on the legacy. That means that the indigenous language of us became more enriched by our previous generation. We are frequently asked why we should write poetry in the indigenous language. Therefore, we should think, for example, some people sometimes think that we are sacrificing ourselves. And also, as I listened to the presentation, I also remember somebody talking about a so-called game or a betting. Why not give it a try in using the indigenous language? Some people have that type of perception. Well, approximately 500,000 people use the Kaqchikel language, and the literacy rate is about 25%. I apologize, about 75%. And about 25% are currently not literate. Therefore, a very small number of people are using our indigenous language. So some people do not understand why we should write in our indigenous language. But the reason I write in our indigenous language is because the language of my grandparents are so important and precious to me. Their mind thought, the philosophy, the customs inside that language are so precious to me. They come to me. It is a very simple word. And in those simple expressions, the daily lives and the scientific elements inside them are all depicted in that language. language. So that is why we continue to write in that language and also speak in that language. Within our Kaqchikel language, the thoughts of our grandparents are all embedded. Therefore, based on that philosophy and value, we rediscover one another and reinvent one another and also create our lives, thank the heaven, and have interaction and also communicate with the motherland. And we can continue this intimate relationship. That is why I continue to write and speak in the ethnic indigenous language. As you all know, our language today is faced with a very big challenge. We are faced with a very dire situation. The reason for that is not something that happened coincidentally. The Latin America or many parts of the region let us understand that the legacy of colonialization of the past centuries have left its mark. And in that process, national politics and the plan underneath such politics were carried out in our country. For example, we were forced to use Spanish, and for example, in other countries, English was mandated. The so-called rulers' influence was so significant in our country. We were mandated to use Spanish. It was under a very big, a grand national plan to so-called civilize us by forcing us to use the Spanish language. It was under the cause that we needed to be recreated as human beings in the academic and in the religious areas. We were perceived as uncivilized people. Therefore, they regarded it to allowing ourselves to be civilized, and that was the justification for forcing us to use the Spanish language. Therefore, faced with this situation, our grandparents had to go under that experience. So, when we think of the education system, the education was used as a tool to force the students to use only Spanish.
Si estamos hablando de desplazamiento lingüístico,
en el
periodo alrededor de unos 50 años,
in terms of the so-called migration of language,
abuelas y abuelos
during
que eran
5 decades or during 3 generations, this continued to take place. In the past, our grandparents and grandparents did not use only the Maayat'aan language. In addition to the Maayat'aan language, according to my father talking about my grandparents, I have heard that they would understand different indigenous languages. So, not only their own language, but also the indigenous language of a different ethnic group were all communicated among the different ethnic groups. However, from the generation below, my grandparents' generation, the situation was different. And now with our generation, which is the third generation, the majority of the language is Spanish. And so that is why we use the Spain Spanish language and the Maya-Kaqchikel language. And from our from our younger generations, they mainly use only Spanish. This means that language, and especially when we think of the migration of language and the short-term destruction of language was realized in our country. And the so-called genocide of language was a big challenge for us, and it made us realize of the crisis. So that is why we intend to and plan to use the Kaqchikel language. It doesn't have political implications alone. This is for coexistence. And also through coexistence, we want to share our happiness and also to continue to keep our previous ideologies and values alive. Also,
maya yucateca. We
also listen to the poetry recital in the Maya language. It is not only us that try to use and preserve the indigenous language. Many people are making efforts. Our ancestors' language are regarded precious, and many people are making efforts to preserve it. This has been continued, and this effort will continue in the future. Therefore, when considering our personal experience, I'd like to emphasize that
realizar algunas acciones tal vez un poquito descabelladas en algún momento, ¿verdad? Quiero contar como una anécdota personal porque me marcó mucho de una forma profunda. No hace mucho, hace 2-3 años,
personal story. It is quite recent, about 2 to 3 years ago. Back then,
vimos la necesidad de hacer algunas publicaciones, de intentar generar espacios para otras hermanas y otros hermanos que vienen detrás de nosotros y que están escribiendo también, que están generando palabras de nuestros idiomas. Dijimos que era importante publicarles. Y entonces empezamos a convocar a nuevas voces, a voces más jóvenes,
that we could bring in more younger people, including writers, novelists, poets, or people that use the Maayat'aan language. We decided to invite them. And there were discussions and forums, seminars to encourage that. There are people that actually want to write them and people that actually write them. Previously, they felt so much
voy a hacer unas reflexiones al final porque lo voy a utilizar como
embarrassed and were a little worried whether they would be criticized. But we encouraged them to be proud of using the language, and we have published a poetry book. What I like to say, what I like to stress is that we have went through a very challenging process to publish this poetry collection. It was a very hard struggle. We
para llegar a esta conclusión o para llegar a este punto, tuvimos que platicar bastante entre nosotros, unas charlas tendidas y largas, algunas discusiones, porque habíamos estado casi como habituados, algunas personas que hemos tenido algunas publicaciones, de autotraducirnos, ¿verdad?
It is quite regarded as a natural or a given fact that the Spanish language is used, and we have been long influenced by the ruling or the dominant language. This isn't limited to Guatemala. This takes place in all Latin American countries and also in other parts of the world. So, this is a very hard struggle. Publishing only in our own language was a very hard struggle. I like to stress that. We made 2 groups. In one group, there was, they argued that we need to translate, and in the other group, they argued that it should not be translated. And we were all in a very heated debate over whether to translate or not. And there were people that sponsored and supported the translation, and they had their own personal opinion. Why don't we publish in 3 languages? Some people even argued.
Entonces, cuando nosotros empezamos a platicar sobre eso, nos dimos cuenta de que eran como ideas que no son necesariamente ciertas, no va a detener una publicación bilingüe o trilingüe, no va a detener el desplazamiento lingüístico que estamos viviendo.
later on could be translated into
Y
another
entonces,
language.
cuando decidimos
And
finalmente
it
hacer la
doesn't mean
publicación
that if it's translated
solamente en
into
Kaqchikel,
another
pues tuvimos
language,
como
that
una
our
serie
own
de
language
ideas alrededor
will
de esto
disappear.
y decir,
Nevertheless,
bueno,
we
lo vamos a
finally
hacer
decided
no
to
porque
publish only
queramos
in our own
negarle la
indigenous
palabra
language.
o negar
And
compartir a otras
we could
lenguas,
go through
sino
many
porque
thoughts,
queremos
many
a
ideas,
futuro,
many
es un
opinions, and I
sueño,
think that
a
process
futuro
of opinion
volver a
sharing was
tener
very
una
important. This
ecología
doesn't mean that we
lingüística
aim
del
to deny
propio,
another
un
language. We
ecosistema
want
lingüístico del propio
to
idioma maya Kaqchikel.
first create
Así
a pure
como lo
ecosystem
tenían
of
nuestras
our
abuelas y
indigenous
abuelos
language. That was our
hace
dream, and
mucho
that was
tiempo,
why
es
we
decir,
made that decision.
ellas y ellos
The
pensaban en
languages
Kaqchikel,
used by
soñaban en
our
Kaqchikel,
grandparents
trabajaban en Kaqchikel,
should
se
be preserved,
comunicaban en
dreaming
Kaqchikel,
in the
hacían
Kaqchikel
arte en
language and
Kaqchikel,
writing and speaking and working
dormían
in
en
and
Kaqchikel,
doing art
lloraban
in
en
the
Kaqchikel,
Kaqchikel
es decir,
language was
toda
something
su
that we
vida
wanted to
tenía,
represent.
digamos, y
We
entonces
sometimes would
su
even cry in the
idioma
Kaqchikel
tenía
language
esa
so that our
vitalidad y esa
life became
fuerza
the Kaqchikel
porque
life.
tenía
That energy and
distintos
that
espacios y
power
distintos momentos de
was
uso,
actually
¿verdad?
alive in
Lo que
our
nosotros
language.
estamos viviendo
So
ahorita
we
es que el
wanted
idioma
to
maya
succeed
Kaqchikel
it and
se ha
transmit it.
restringido, se ha relegado
The
nada
Maya
más al
Kaqchikel
ambiente
language
familiar
up to
y
now
muchas
has been
veces
so
ya ni en
weakened.
el
It
ambiente
has been
familiar.
so
Es por
diminished
eso que el
because it
idioma
was
maya
used only
Kaqchikel
in families
está
and not broadly
en serio
used in the
peligro, al
society.
igual que
Therefore,
muchísimas lenguas más
it
en el
was faced
mundo.
with a
¿Por
very
qué? Porque
big
no solo la traslación
endangerment,
generacional natural
just
de
like
la lengua
other
ya no se
indigenous
realiza
languages.
en la familia, es
It
decir,
was
papá y
faced
mamá
with
o
the
papá o mamá ya no
crisis
hacen la
of
traslación
endangerment.
generacional de la lengua a las hijas e hijos,
Parents, in many
sino que
cases, intended not to
no se
teach their
tienen
children
motivos
the
para
language.
hacerlo. Es
And
decir,
in
no
other
hay
cases,
motivaciones,
they
no
would
existe una
not
necesidad
understand the
de
need to
hacerlo,
do that. It
porque
means they
la
didn't
lengua dominante
understand the
está
motivation.
presente en
In other
todas,
words,
absolutamente
why do we
todas
have
partes,
to
y
succeed the
entonces
language? We
ha
already have a dominant language.
hecho a un
And
lado
in the entire
a
part
nuestras
of our
lenguas indígenas.
country,
Y ese
the
fenómeno,
language of Spain,
yo con mucho
the dominant
respeto
language,
digo
is
eso,
now
ese
used
fenómeno
in a dominant way.
es
So why
lo que
should we
está
transmit our language? That was
llevando a
what
la
some people
extinción
would think.
a nuestras lenguas.
However,
Pero
that is why,
todos
that
los
is exactly
esfuerzos
why
que
our
nosotros estamos
language
realizando
is facing
no van a
extinction.
tener sentido, es
And
decir,
we
no
need
se
to
van a
prevent
poder,
that. And we
no van
need
a
to
poder
make many
germinar,
efforts.
crecer,
And that is what
florecer,
we are doing.
si no tenemos,
Our efforts,
si no nos tomamos, digamos, en serio esto. Y hablo aquí,
are
digamos,
pursued and should be pursued in a serious manner. Otherwise,
clamor
it is
desde el
impossible
idioma maya
for
Kaqchikel
us to
y
revive
desde
our
los
indigenous language.
más de 560
Therefore,
idiomas indígenas que se hablan en América Latina y
we,
desde los casi 6,000
in Latin
idiomas
America,
o
there are
7,000
over
idiomas que se
560
hablan sobre la
indigenous
faz del mundo,
languages.
de decir,
About 6,000, 7,000
en tanto
languages
los
exist
idiomas
throughout the world, as
dominantes
you all know.
sigan
Therefore,
quitándole
there
espacios
could
a
be
los idiomas
dominant
indígenas,
languages, and
todos los
this
esfuerzos que
continues
los
to weaken our
activistas
position. But if we continue
ustedes,
to
que
make
nosotras,
efforts, if we
nosotros estamos
expand
realizando,
activities led by many
no van a
people,
tener
including
los
you
frutos
and
que
including
esperamos
myself,
si
I
los
believe
idiomas
that we
dominantes
will
no
realize
hacen
the
también
result that
el
we
esfuerzo de
dream for.
empezar a
Therefore,
darle espacios, a
our
conceder,
efforts
a
alone
hacer
cannot be
concesiones
enough.
lingüísticas
The dominant
a los demás
language should
idiomas, a
also
los idiomas
give
que han
us a
sido
space
minorizados
for us
y
to
que no
nurture our
necesariamente son
language.
minoritarios. Entonces,
Because we
eso
are a
es algo bien
minority. It
importante. Yo
isn't
soy
because our
activista
language
digital
was weakened because we are a
de idiomas
minority.
indígenas en
It is a
Internet.
result of the dominant language.
Y estamos
And that
apostándole,
fact should
estamos
also be
soñando con un
considered.
Internet multilingüe.
On the
Estamos
internet,
soñando con
we
un
should
Internet
try to
porque el
promote
Internet
our
se ha
language, and we
instalado
are making such
en
efforts.
todos lados,
The
¿no? La
internet
tecnología.
of
Y
today
entonces estamos
is
apostándole a esto. ¿Por qué?
penetrated
Porque
throughout
también
the
lo vemos
entire
como un
world.
espacio de
So
uso.
we
Es
should
decir, cuando yo
utilize the
enciendo mi
internet to
computadora,
promote our
enciendo el
language.
teléfono
That
celular,
was also what
enciendo
we
la
discussed.
tablet, enciendo
We
cualquier
use our mobile
aparato
phones, our
tecnológico, yo
laptop,
también
and
allí
our
pueda interactuar
tablet
con
PCs.
mis idioma
And
indígena, con mi
we
idioma
should be able
originario,
to use
¿verdad?
our
Y
indigenous
entonces,
language through
eso
these
significa
devices.
que las lenguas dominantes, que los idiomas dominantes
Therefore,
necesitan hacer serias concesiones, necesitan
from the dominant language
rediscutir,
perspective,
digamos, su presencia
they should
en
make a
todos los
serious
ámbitos. Y
consideration
eso
of
no
this
solo
discussion and
ese es el
also
diálogo que
continue
nosotros
with this
esperamos que se abra en este
issue.
decenio de las lenguas
And
indígenas.
that
No
is
solo,
our
digamos,
hope, to
el
have such
esfuerzo de
conversation,
nuestras
that
hermanas y
dialogue,
hermanos por apostarle a
our
su lengua
siblings,
indígena, a su idioma indígena, a su idioma
of course, it's
originario, y
important
por
that we and our
esforzarse
siblings
para
make the
seguir
effort, but
revitalizando,
also,
para
of
seguir
course, the effort
haciendo
to
diversas
preserve
acciones
the
para que su
indigenous
idioma
language would be
continúe
important, but we should
desarrollándose,
also
sino
consider
también el
that
esfuerzo
initiative
de las
from
lenguas
different
dominantes
angles
del
in the
mundo,
future
de
as
poder
well.
voltear la mirada a
Therefore,
lo que está
throughout the world,
ocurriendo
there would be many dominating languages. I think
y
it's
que ellos
important
también,
to take a
estos
look
idiomas
back
también
and
puedan
what
discutir con nosotros,
kind of reality
porque
took place
el hecho de que los
to get and
idiomas
sit down
indígenas se
together
estén
with
perdiendo no
us
solo es
to
culpa de nosotros, es
engage
decir,
in a
no
dialogue.
es,
I think we
no solo es
have that
problema de
opportunity.
los hablantes.
The reason why
Si
we resulted in a
verdaderamente
minority language
valoramos
is
los
not a
idiomas indígenas,
self-endowed
entonces
outcome.
tendremos que
It is
hacerlos
not
parte
something that
de
was
nosotros, es
caused
decir,
by the
aún
language
los que
users
no hablamos
ourselves.
los idiomas indígenas,
Therefore,
tendremos que participar dentro de esa
it's
preocupación
important
y
that
dentro de
people
esas
that do not
acciones
use our indigenous
a poder,
language also
para poder
participate.
hacer,
That
para
is
poder
very
plantear,
important
para poder
for the future.
establecer para que los idiomas indígenas puedan
It's important
tener
for us to engage in a
por lo
serious
menos,
discussion
digamos, una
and that the
recuperación
indigenous
de
language
espacios de
in the
uso y
future
entonces los hablantes puedan
recovers
tener
to a minimal
motivaciones
degree
para
and
poderlo
becomes more
aprender, para poderlo
facilitated in its
seguir
usage.
conservando y seguir
And
utilizando.
that type of
Yo
motivation
creo
is
que también,
very crucial
esto es
and
poesía.
desperate
Creo que
at the
también
moment.
esto es
Also,
una
let me
forma
share
de hacer
a poetry.
literatura.
Well, we can call it a
Nuestros
poet.
idiomas indígenas, la mayoría son orales,
I
pero
think
eso no
we
significa
have
que
to
carezcan de una
conduct
gramática. Las
literature in
personas
that.
tienen
Most
la
of
gramática
the
estructurada
literature
aquí en
is
su
in oral
mente y
language,
por
but
eso
that
lo
doesn't
hablan y
mean
por
it
eso
doesn't have a
pueden
grammatical
desarrollar su
system. It
vida
has a
dentro
grammatical
de
system
sus
of its own.
idiomas. Entonces,
So,
es por eso
utilizing language
que
to
hacemos lo que
express
hacemos y es
the
por eso
many
que
aspects of
cantamos
life
a la
should
Madre
be
Tierra.
made
Es por
possible.
eso que
Therefore,
seguimos
we could praise our world,
reproduciendo el pensamiento de nuestras abuelas
the
y
Mother
abuelos
Earth,
por medio de
and
nuestros
also
escritos, por
hand
medio de
down
nuestros poemas, de
the
nuestras
thoughts
narraciones
of our
y por medio
ancestors through
de
written
lo que
works,
nosotros
through
hagamos.
poetry and
Muchas
recitals.
gracias, Hanina
Well, with that, I'd like to thank you all.
Muchas gracias por el tiempo, por el espacio y
Thank
por
you
la
very much.
oportunidad de compartir con ustedes.
And I'd like to
Un
thank you
abrazo
for
a
giving
todas y
me
todos.
this time and
Que ojalá
opportunity.
esto
I
pueda servir
send
para
my
que nuestros
embraces
idiomas,
to
nuestras
all of
lenguas
you.
puedan
I hope
seguirse
today serves
fortaleciendo.
as an opportunity
Muchas gracias.
for us to promote the preservation of indigenous languages.
네, 이상으로
And now,
과테말라에서
from Guatemala, we've listened to Mr. Miguel Angel Alsalas Cúmez comments, who is writing in the Maya-Kaqchikel language. He talked about communicating with nature and also expressing the minds and the lives of the ancestors in the Maya-Kaqchikel language. And he also said that today is a day to greet the so-called Holy Spirit, Holy Energy. I think we really set a very good timing. And he also shared the behind story, the background of how they published the poetry collection, and also discussed the importance of post-colonialist efforts of the indigenous language. He stressed the importance of communication between the ethnic language users as well as other language users, and he stressed the importance of motivation. And all people, he hopes that this raises the awareness through the International Academic Forum. And now we will move on to the next presentation.
Now we are going to invite the poet Shobha Sunuwar. Allow me to briefly introduce her. She was born in Ramechhap, eastern Nepal, born and raised there, and she is the first female poet writing in Cúmez Sunuwar language in Nepal. And she has represented the Cúmez Sunuwar poet in various literary seminars held in Nepal. And she is also currently the treasurer of the Sunuwar Welfare Society, the central representative organization of Cúmez Sunuwar indigenous nationalities in Nepal. She is also the secretary of the Women Wing Sunuwar Women's Society and the coordinator of the Cúmez State Committee of the Federation of Indigenous Literature and Writer of Nepal. And she is also Koin's language television program presenter at Indigenous Television in Nepal, the official media partner of UNESCO during 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages. We will first view the Koin's Sunuwar poem video, and then listen to her.
कविता ने छ लिकु देबला आम दोरमा दोर्सिमी सेल्ना सोल आम दोरमा दोर्सिमी सोल्ना बालिको nga lor nam ke rahar nga ruya rucha fumbur fursi nga plasala ruya ruisia sahtek yarsi am dumsi joshi tita mapathu kera khosim makhotu am ken gya kumi kisimi sholsinga sholsi baliku Sengna bit paten number yasha balai likukali mursi garsi cholsa wati yari blala chila shelsa king kharla kali blessa moisi gijit glagar shelsa wahtia oire mosha besare number doa rapsa besare number doa rapsa Hera ke giwat khawat bescha chapsho khoi hemma dumsha siksheta numbur ke orai kali rashi busua jachamimsha am kali fullu kenga shoh tisi shelsa marbame mekonel likhupsha kha painimi numbura buchi dumsha chimsha dumsha khoi oire shua yupsha jo ngor shoa shoti rili tilipa chapsho khoi fumbu pa plesha am gasi dorsimi sur ngasa sholna shon baliko sur ngasa sholna shon baliko cedem kenga phada chimda suguragi phuilinga mur kenga phutte pami boinu palorumi ba num nira maba mi gonu suni kanga chere khonde sho jujur mi pa phlasha bla sho jujur mi phlasha bla sho phullu a ka chamiya mosh jau pumsha bohyo sappa gakhya phu burgo serempu go dumchanga pacha malkhyo nu thapcha malkhyo jerke akhir tana na phullu a bokha chehyamin bloi chinga sa si sai si shakka gek khru hyamin bojehyo khosho pami magyuk thu gyol gluhya rokle roa shopo gyamsha gloi nana pha hublin nana boinan gyanan rahar nu badyeta be mukhyam rahar nu badyeta be mukhya I bari go serempu tosho nu kulun mohini poshu pola thepulmi blok sahya gyumsho ichikayo khasyo matuhtu set ngana chuichimi gyahya rishyo
Dolkha mate Nepal ki mulat go आलोक शोभा कविता सेन्सेन्छु कविता के शीर्षक ब्लोइची राता si tata muran gamgasi si tata muran gamgasi beca sahchami thu khasya amurpiki hemsho nilopan amasensiba amurpiki hemsho niloba amasensiba michi gale akrasya ka nolere ka phureu blessing ba hemshoni lomi si pa ifshokali ta marame dothame teja dimgi wata marpan ba maina matusho amkali choge thesha ramta pachangala sha mare mababa ramta pachangala sha mare mababa thunda me nelke brale chilehi illoi isi bon ba hemshoni leni gilsha tari broinsi ansa thunga mi mare oden hemsha guikhul tasha ime amaina hangsa giwata khawata amaina hangsa giwata khawata ta mare ode plome ta telame lame sarenge kaka lompo kharinge ga ge glue ompo ta te jamme marde chorpe me nga pashalame lola mathe thu ramta kosha bapuki anhoiti lola mathe thu ramta kosha bapuki anhoiti ahem sho nilomini kona kun bashalata kona kun bashalata puludumsha bil jamshalata an namnati nakjamta ode shonda bata ekoblainchi disa inkeyo mode shonmai khadi mudi thari bata broinchi rata oden hoiti barna chere dumla thank you.
Mar sapakali rorbam natnya hauji shagur pa khaphuili dosha dail jal dumsa omokol sarawa ke pheche dumsa kiki rishi dumsa sappa kuchu phasa himsin nam lesha sutuk lop khosha khadi mui bigimin sappa gersa sisirba huga si dumsa laga ba sakali sirir phaisini muisin bacha ai kali yothung ba maisa yo piki phaisinim jigim jaba laiba ju darlesha sosho baba manutu yo nakemke guemi reke risi sanmalsho akha hau jin dojan malsho safa hem sisa dumja lajan malsho khadi mudimi thariya klakasi khate pami khensisa nga rawami rupa safa al sotal nga phece pani tu Shobha ba safa alo si bari safa dumi duli sito atol kurte kursa manshu kena maru pimi ta dhermur picking safa al sote.
네. 쇼바 수누와르 시인의 시를 수누와르어
So now we have
사용자들이
just
직접
heard
네,
the
낭송한
recital
영상을
of
들어보셨고,
poems
그리고
written by
네팔에서
Shobha
수누와르를
Sunuwar.
창작 활동을 하고 계시는
And also
쇼바
now
수누와르
we
시인을
will
이제
hear
만나볼
from
차례인데요.
Shobha Sunuwar,
감사합니다.
who is writing in Nepal.
이제 영상의 주인공인
And
쇼바
now
수누와르
we
시인을
will
모시고
be
이야기를 듣는 시간을
hearing
갖겠습니다.
from
큰
her
박수로
through
맞이해
the
주시기
video. So
바랍니다.
please welcome her with a big round of
First
applause.
of all, Seok, the critics in our mother tongue. I would like to thank you for the organizer and selecting committee for this historic opportunity. I have been given to present about Sunuwar language literature. My name is Shobha Sunuwar Juliet. I am one of the indigenous people's poet representing Sunuwar indigenous nationalities of the Nepal. Sunuwar indigenous peoples. Sunuwar is one of the 59 indigenous peoples legally recognized and listed under National Foundation for Development of Indigenous Nationalities Act 2002. They identified themselves as Cúmez, while others recognized them as Sunuwar, Mukhya, Sikari, and so forth. According to 2011 census, their population is 55,712, of the which about 38,000 speak their mother tongue, which is called Cúmez. Sunuwar Seva Samaj in English, known as Sunuwar Welfare Society, is an umbrella representative organization of Sunuwar indigenous peoples, was founded in 1988. History of Sunuwar indigenous literature. Sunuwar literature has only 16 years long history. The evidence of modern writing literature activities show that Sunuwar literature is one of the most endangered language literature in Nepal. But the famous unwritten and short poetry writing literature seems to be appeared in 1977. Since then, Sunuwar Welfare Society began to unite Sunuwar indigenous peoples and started publishing the official magazine titled Cúmez, which means a brotherhood creating platform publishing Cúmez poem and story. Moreover, in 2005, for the first time, Cúmez organized the poetry workshop and started publishing then a Serempo, the periodic publications and the collection of poems in the book format. This has been published once a year to date. Lately, by reviving the historical Sunuwar script, we have initiated to publish Hamso magazine to document literature in our own script. Sunuwar literature activities. In 2005, Chuplu Society for the first time organized Cúmez Poet Symposium with the aim to unite all Cúmez poets. But songs and poem writing and publication began from 1977. Former British Army Captain Tilak Bahadur Sunuwar from Dolakha had published a book comprising of 4 songs in mother tongue, along with his Khas Nepali poems. Since then, the poem and literary creation had been published. Cúmez folk literature traditionally been told had transferred through rituals and cultural performance. Nature and ancestral worshipping mainly by poem male shaman, Gyami female shaman, Naso the priest, and so forth. The literary journey formally began from 2005 is continued without any support from government or other institutions. The financial costs are borne among poets themselves. Despite during the COVID-19 pandemic, the literary symposiums were performed virtually and through Indigenous television, the official media partner of UNESCO during 2019 International Year of Indigenous Language. My involvement in literature activities. I was born and raised in Bhuj, Thika, the remote village in eastern Nepal, and I completed my grade 12 from there. I participated in literature activities since my school days. After grade 12, I came to Kathmandu, the capital city for higher study. During my college days, I participated in poem competition. I then secured second position. I began writing poem in my mother tongue since 2005. My first poem written in mother tongue on nature was published in official magazine of Sunuwar Welfare Society and regularly contribute poem and literary works in online, book and newspapers. Since 1993 International Day of World Indigenous Peoples. International Mother Tongue Days have been regularly observed. I have regularly been participating in recitation of my poems in each programs. I have so far published 3 books, the collection of my poems. At the end, the sustainable development is possible not merely out loud in wording alone, rather investing to promote the indigenous literatures including of Sunuwar. I want to emphasize that unless there is real preservation and promotion of language, literature through investing in mother tongue education, sustainable development is hardly achieved. So far, in the initiation of Sunuwar Welfare Society, representative organization of Sunuwar and Chuplu Society, established to promote literature of Sunuwar indigenous peoples, have been undertaking literary activities through their own initiatives. They have developed language policy and programs to revitalize and preserve their language, and they have a plan to publish children literature, songs for children, films, educational materials, including cartoons, with our dream of residential school in our language. Finally, before I conclude my presentation, what I want to recommend to the world community to support in developing online dictionary for publication of online literary magazine, developing literary materials for children such as online puzzle game, quiz, poem and story writing competitions, poem recitation and literary activities, literature symposiums program to launch residential schools on mother tongue education with priority to indigenous languages. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation here. Thank you once again for the opportunity to present Cúmez literature in this August symposium. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much. So, from Nepal, that was Shobha Sunuwar, who is writing in the Sunuwar language. So, thank you very much. So, she has touched upon various points. So, she talked about her own literary history, and she also talked about the features of her work, for example, nature. Then also, even in the poem recited earlier, we were able to feel her fondness for nature. Then she also told us about the folk culture of coins, and also she mentioned that this is a grassroots movement without support from the government. And then, in order to preserve this into the future, then we need to put together the strengths of many different people. And then also, interestingly enough, she talked about the planning for online content and how we need to broaden this to education as well. Thank you. And yes, time has really flown. So we have heard from Mexico, Guatemala, and Nepal, listening to their stories. And now we will be having a break time. And we will resume the second part of session 1 at 2 p.m. Korea time. In the afternoon session, we will be hearing from poets from Kenya and Nigeria. So I hope you don't miss it because interesting stories will await you. So hope to see you again at 2 o'clock. And also, for those participating through YouTube, if you have any questions, then please make sure that you leave them in the chat box in YouTube, and we will deliver the questions to the speakers. Thank you, and we'll see you again in a while.
네, 오전 세션의 좌장을 맡아주신 김지윤 좌장님 고맙습니다. 말씀해 주신
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim Ji-yoon, for moderating the first session. As been announced, we will have a lunch break and resume at 2 p.m. Please come back before 2 p.m. so that we can resume. I hope you all enjoy lunch. Thank you. This is the English channel. English channel will now move on. One. 네.
네, 여러분 점심 식사 맛있게 하셨습니까?
I
오후
hope you
일정
all
시작에
enjoyed
앞서
lunch.
잠시 안내
Before we begin the
말씀드리겠습니다.
afternoon session,
잠시
I'd like to make
오후
a brief
2시부터
housekeeping
1세션
announcement. From
오후
2 p.m.,
일정이 시작이 되겠습니다.
the afternoon session
참석자
of
여러분께서는
session 1
모두
will begin
행사장
shortly.
안으로
I'd like to
입장해서
kindly ask our
착석을
participants to enter the
부탁드리겠습니다.
hall and be seated.
방침에 따라서
Due to social distancing
테이블에는
regulations,
착석을
4
부탁드리겠습니다.
people are allowed at each
아울러
table.
온라인 중 참가자인
And for our
랜선
online
서포터분들께서는
Zoom
모두
viewers
다시
and
카메라를
supporters,
켜주시고요. 오디오는
please turn
음소거로
on the
설정을
camera and
부탁드리겠습니다.
set the
또한
Zoom mute mode. We have coffee and beverages outside the hall. Please enjoy
행사가
them
진행되는
outside of the
동안에는요,
room.
사회와 발표를 맡아주신 분들
In
모든
session, all
참석자분들
presenters
실내에서는
and
반드시
discussions,
주시기 바랍니다.
I'd like to kindly ask you
원활한
to
행사
wear the
진행을 위해
mask
가지고
throughout
계신
the session.
휴대전화, 무음이나 진으로
Please
전환이 되어
set
있는지
your cell
다시 한번
phones to the
점검을
vibration or silent
부탁드리겠습니다.
mode once again.
또한 앞서 말씀드렸다시피 오늘
Also,
포럼에는 통역이
we have
제공됩니다.
simultaneous
통역이
interpretation during the forum, as been previously announced.
한국어는
Korean
채널
is channel
1번으로
1,
해주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 발표자에게
and
질문이 있으신 분들은요,
if you questions to the presenters, please write your questions on the memo pad on the table and deliver them to our staff. And for those who have brought your cards to the forum,
차량 번호 등록을
please
부탁드리겠습니다.
record your
1세션 오후 일정
card
시작하도록
numbers
하겠습니다.
validation. We will begin the afternoon session of session 1.
오늘도 어떤 소리는 사라지고 있습니다. 누군가의 말이 잊혀지고 있습니다. 그들의 노래와 시가 멈출지도 모릅니다. 세상을 채우는 언어들이 사라지지 않도록 인류의 소중한 문화에서 사라져가는 토착원을 기억하기 위해 기록합니다. 멕시코의 마야따노, 과테말라의 마야카치켈, 네팔의 수누와르, 케냐의 기쿠유어, 나이지리아의 요르바, 그리고 한반도의 제주어와 함경도어. 7개 지역의 토착어 작가들과 70명의 토착어 사용자, 각기의 국가, 지역, 언어, 세대, 성별의 사람들이 들려주는 70개의 목소리. 세상을 가득 있는 작지만 아름다운 말들을 여러분과 나누려고 합니다. 22년부터 시작되는 UN 지정 세계 토착어 10년을 앞두고 결의말 큰 사전은 유네스코와 협력하여 지난 2월을 이어 두 번째 국제학술 포럼 토착어의 지속가능한 발전, 토착어로 문학하기를 개최합니다. 7개 지역의 토착어 작가와 70명의 토착어 사용자, 그리고 국내외 전문가들과 함께 언어 이론학적 관점에서 사라져가는 토착어를 위한 방법, 토착어로 문학하기에 대해 논의하고자 합니다. 제2회 유네스코 결의말 국제학술 포럼에서는 세계 토착어를 보존하기 위한 방법으로 토착어 작가들의 토착어 문학 창작 과정을 소개하고 토착어로 창작한 문학 작품을 토착어 사용자들이 낭송하는 모습을 영상으로 제작하여 공개합니다. 특히 함경도어와 유네스코 소멸위기 언어로 분류된 제주어로 문학하기를 통해 남북의 지역어를 풍부하게 담고 있는 결의말 큰사전 편찬의 의미로 함께 살펴봅니다.
이번 포럼은 토착어의 채집과 기록을 넘어 토착어 문학의 창작과 향유를 통해 토착어를 보존하기 위한 새로운 시도와 생력을 확인하는 자리가 될 것입니다. 토착어의 노력 제2회 유네스코 결의말 큰사전 국제학술포럼 토착어의 지속가능한 발전 토착어로 문학하기에 여러분을 초대합니다.
안녕하십니까? 제2회
Hello,
유네스코
everybody.
결의말 큰사전 국제
The Second International Academic Forum Sustainable Development of Indigenous Languages, Literature Activities in Indigenous Languages, Session 1, Indigenous Literature Activities for Sustainable of Indigenous Languages will begin. I am Critic. In the morning session of Session 1, Director Lee Seok of the Korean Center for African Studies had the keynote address, and we had a presentation by from Mexico on the Maayat'aan language and language. Now from the South Africa region, you have stayed a long time despite the time difference. Thank you very much. I'd like to re-announce the agenda of today's first session. As you in the session, if you have any questions and comments, please the 결의말 TV channel chat box, and also for our offline participants, please deliver the memos to our staff. And now I'd like to introduce some authors who have been waiting from early in the morning to be part of the forum. We have two poets from Africa who write in the indigenous language. We have poet Njeri Wangarĩ of Kenya and poet Túbọ of Nigeria. Just like the morning session, we will first poetry recitals sent poets of the indigenous languages, and then listen to their story. First, from Kenya, we'd like to invite poet Njeri Wangarĩ, who does literary activities in the Kĩkũyũ language. Njeri Wangarĩ is an acclaimed Kenyan poet, writer, spoken word artist, and author whose work and interests lie at the intersection of new media, arts, culture, and technology in Africa. She's passionate about the African languages and the power of storytelling in challenging conventional wisdom about her continent and its people. And she writes in English, Kiswahili, and her native language, Kikuyu. Her writings explore themes of identity, social economy, culture, language, and history. And her works have appeared in numerous regional and global publications, and her performances have graced stages across 4 continents. First, we will the poetry recital in the Kikuyu language based on the literature activities of poet Njeri Wangarĩ.
Ne homo ne morimo oreko oyo watoma ohe iremba tonua twahana tathoweri waiyura arigitani ne kanyamo kareko gaka gaturia heho gatua moko maito ciongoyo tugitindage o mai-ini kahinga mikawa kana kahinga abu mathukuru ona nginya makanitha nĩ mĩhũmũ yatũma mĩciĩ ĩtuĩke njera nĩ mũrimũ kana yo nĩ mĩhũmũ wagiria tũcũkũrũ kũng'etia cũwe irathimo na igai ciahana ta ciombũka ta hũngũ ĩremetwo kũhuria mĩhũmũ ya akue kũna wiki ta mũrogi na ihoru inene mĩhũmũ ĩtuĩkĩte mangũ ma kanua ona maniũrũ ona moko haiya ndwĩhũge ũcio arakorora tenayo arigoya ta mboco munye mwere tuĩka gĩcinga nginya yoma mĩhũmũ yaniaria mawĩra wahana kwaniara piũ tũgua nĩ ng'aragu na tũremwo ndĩraigua ĩretwo korona ya gũkorora yatũkora yatũrora nginya twarora hamwe irebe kwa nĩ hau rĩakinya nĩ wega nĩ ũndũ wa gũthikĩrĩria
ithe na nyina wa Njoroge tondu nĩ mwiga mwenjwo gĩthũngũ-rĩ na ciana cianyu mwagiria cimenye Gĩkũyũ-rĩ mwiga mũtikwenda gũcamba mũtikwenda kahĩha cia ũkabira tondu nĩ mwarega gũtwara ciana mwiga mũtikwenda gũtwara ciana cianyu gĩcagi mwiga marange ndoro-rĩ matihota gũkaria eri ndũma na mĩanga na ikwa mũkwenda o mĩgate tu keki na nyama ciana cianyu mwiga cithiage gĩcagi tu o hĩndĩ ya mathiko na hĩndĩ ya iki woi rĩu-rĩ ndĩrenda kũmũria atĩrĩrĩ mũnjokerie imo ndaĩ na mĩgiro na magongona kĩrĩra na ũtarĩ-rĩ makamenyera kũ
gaceneni gakwa wĩkũ mũkũgũ mbura nyendete ũtheri waku ũhanaga ta riũa kũgenga ũtukũ ũyũ mũthaka ũũrĩ ũgĩtũma maitho maitũ mone wega. Weko gaceneni gakwa nyendete. Kai otagia kana ojakanerie. Neta matawa magiri na giri igoro. Thank you.
O berere dabira giona kifne. Yeshoka giona gare. Hiti igeto mitheko. No gumo donire maraha. Na kayo gakwa koigete bunene. Maguru higo eo mathiete ta nyaga. Nie de eiraga ati de mwendi gucera githaka-ini. O nginya muthenya uria ndathire mutitu. Ngĩona ng'ethe.
Retagwo moko. Makiria ya mama urare baba. Makiria ya ngeithi cia moko. Kahora nginya o haria mwendwa wakwa wa njohi etereire kanitha-ini. Makiria ya mundu hariwe urare mwana wake. Makiria ya mutangiki ngoro kuriwe ni akunyitire guoko. Uhitukiire mukuru wa nduma kuo. Ona riu no anyitire guoko. Huroka thayo mama nginya o riria tugacemania.
Retagwo sama wa Gĩkũyũ. Ĩno Gĩkũyũ kĩrĩ sama. Sai, sukari na cabi, kana cukuru, cabi na cibo. Gĩa Kabete, Kiambu, kana kĩa Rware kũrĩa Nyeri. Gĩothe gũtirĩ gĩtarĩ wega wakĩo. Gũtirĩ rĩtwa rĩtakũria mwana. Nĩũĩ sama wa kwaria Gĩkũyũ. Atĩ ũngĩenda no uge atĩ kũrata gũtuma kũhe haro ona kana kĩongo mũrĩo kana nĩ mũĩ sama kwaria Gĩkũyũ kuga atĩrĩrĩ cũcũ Suria Savau ciana ciaku ciothe nĩ cioka cukuru nĩ ciahingwo kana kuga waceke tiga cira haha nĩ ngatho.
The recital, the Gĩkũyũ language users reciting the poetry of Njeri. We could enjoy the beautiful images. We could see villagers getting together and sharing food and reciting food. It was wonderful and pleasant. And the laughter made me smile myself. As such, the indigenous language is within our daily lives. And there was a saying, when could our children learn? And this made me feel something in my heart. And in the last part, there was a poetry on the beauty of the language. I tried not to idle and enjoy, appreciate the sound of the. It was so beautiful, and I enjoyed beautiful images recital, and now I'd like the actual writer of these poetry, Miss Njeri Wangarĩ. Please greet her with a warm round.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It felt so surreal just hearing and watching those performances. And just going back to the time that we were doing the recording, it was just a very beautiful time of community and sharing. And as I okay. I'm not able to share my screen, so I hope I can get that fixed as I introduce myself and just take you through the journey of my writing, the interest in poetry, and interest in writing in my mother tongue. Just give me a minute.
Due to some technical issues, could you please bear?
About that, take you through. So as I've just been introduced, I am a Kenyan poet. I'm a writer, communications consultant who has been doing poetry, writing poetry, performing, and for over 15 years. Very passionate about storytelling and the power of new media to amplify voices, narratives. And that's the reason why I got into writing and into performance. And I'm currently working with Global Voices as the regional co-editor for Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm married with 3 kids. I think you saw one of my daughters performing one of the pieces. And when when I'm not writing or when I'm not performing, I'm an avid runner. I think coming from a that is very synonymous with long distance runners or runners. I think it sort of rubs off, and I do hiking. Now, just to take you back to where all this interest in poetry, where this interest in writing, and more so my interest in my mother tongue started. I think I would trace it back to growing up and where I was born. Now, I come from a place called Wangarĩ. That is a town or a village within central Kenya. And that is where I was born and brought up by a single mother. So you can see my mom in one of the photos holding me. On the left-hand side, that is my grandmother, whom I'm named after. And so in our traditions, you're named after either your maternal grandmother. And so I was named after my grandmother. And that's my grandmother and my grandfather during the renewal of their vows. So being in a family of single parents, being brought up in what was in the rural area, back then, unlike now, it was very normal for children to the language that were born speaking was the language that our parents were speaking. And so there was a lot of Gĩkũyũ being spoken in our home. Despite the proximity to the city center from where we live, because it's about 21, actually it's 18 kilometers to the capital city, Nairobi. It was very rural back in the day. That was in 1981. I was born in 1981, and back then my village was quite rural, unlike now. And so there was a lot of community. The photo that you see at the bottom, that is 25th December in 1982. I was just 1 year old then. And as you can see, my mom holding me on her lap. And yeah, my uncles were slaughtering a goat, and it was a very beautiful time. And this is basically how my childhood was. And there was a lot of Rarely could we hear someone speaking in Kiswahili. Kiswahili is one of the official languages in Kenya, as well as English, but in the room, I hardly hear someone speaking in Kiswahili. And so going to school when I was about 4 years old, the school that I went to used to teach us Gĩkũyũ. And that was the norm in a lot of the schools based in the rural areas, that children would learn the common language that is used in the area. So because I came from English-speaking county, then I learned my mother tongue in school, in nursery school, and even when I went to primary school, the photo that you see of me, receiving a gift in school, that was, I finished primary school. The primary school I went to called Wangarĩ Primary School. It was actually walking distance from school and back. And so I Gĩkũyũ from nursery up to grade 3 in primary school. And so that stuck with me. And I think that was very important, sort of forming the foundation and my appreciation for Gĩkũyũ. That is where I learned the basics, the everything that I know now, and the way that I'm able to use the language, I would trace it back to that. Fast forward, several years later, I've finished primary school. I've gone to high school, and it is, I think, right still in primary school, I always had a fascination and always had an interest in language, and so I was very good in English and in Kiswahili. But something happened in primary school, and this is something that I have come to realize has happened across not just Kenya, but in other African countries, that we were discouraged from speaking our mother tongue, to the point where something called the monitor was introduced, and I probably caller can attest to this or maybe has a similar experience. But this was very right across Africa. So the monitor system is where if you were caught speaking in your mother tongue in school, and this for us was after grade 3, because remember we were learning Gĩkũyũ up to grade 3. So if you were caught from grade 4 speaking in your mother tongue, that's it. You would be given something called a monitor. And people who were given a monitor at the end of the day, they'd be punished. There was also something called shouting. So shouting is where you have mother tongue interference in your English, and so that was totally discouraged. And so a lot of it was speaking mother tongue was frowned upon, like you're not educated, you're not progressive, you don't know how to speak English. So there was a lot of association of speaking in English, being associated with being learned. And that has been the perception up to now. But going back to my love for I loved that. And so going to school, I read a lot of novels then. And that was where I got introduced to poetry in school. Influences is a book I remember it was called A Poetry Course for KCSE in Poetry. And the poem that stuck with me was a poem by David Rubadiri. He is a Malawian poet, was a Malawian poet, and we read a lot of poetry from African poets, and also from Maayat'aan. I loved reading, Still I Rise, or I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. So why poetry? So in high school, I wasn't writing. I started writing poetry after high school when I was in college. And the reason why I sort of veered towards poetry as opposed to any other art form was because I found it to be an outlet. It was my way of understanding the world. It was a way of expressing myself, and I've always found it very easy for me to be able to express myself in writing. It's for you to sort of get your thoughts together and just put something concrete. I've always found writing to do that. Then the question of language and identity came up, and that's something I greatly explored when I wrote my first book. The reason why this was happening is because I was in college. I had moved from home. I was living in the capital city, and I think I was experiencing a culture shock, because the life in the capital city was very different from life in my rural upbringing. Speaking your mother tongue was frowned upon. it was, all these things about your culture sort of frowned upon because you need to look progressive, you need to look like a professional and things like that. And so I was able to bring in to this new world a lot of my culture and things that I was very proud about. And those are the questions that I grappled with. And so when I got started writing, some of the questions that I was grappling with, like, how do you navigate these two worlds? What do you bring in? What do you leave out? And what is acceptable? And where is the place of your language in conversation, in writing, in your writing, or in you? What does it mean to you, and how does it shape understanding of the world, or even your appreciation of yourself? And where do you place all that? So the first book that I wrote, and I'd say, going back to high school, that is where I was introduced to the work of Professor Miguel. And I think for those not familiar with him or his work, one of Africa's foremost authors and thinkers. And when you hear decolonizing the mind, then you immediately know what I'm speaking about. And the reason why Professor Miguel continues to be a huge role model and someone that I really admire and look up to is because reading Decolonizing the Mind answered all the questions about language and my use of mother tongue and gave me the authority to use that, not be afraid. Because he talks about the place of language, why it is important for you to take pride. First, for you to know your mother tongue, for you to take pride in the fact that your mother tongue is not inferior to any other language, that you can learn your mother tongue, and the more languages that you learn, so take priority in your mother tongue, and then you can learn other languages. You can learn English, German, French, but not at the expense of you grounding. When I was writing my first book, Minds and Minefields, that was in 2010, I experimented a lot with language because it was my first book. I didn't have, I had a blank slate, and so I could fill it with anything. And I had a very good publisher who was, willing to accommodate a lot of things. That is where I started, and I published my first poetry in it. And I felt great about it. Then performing. So a lot of my poetry is consumed when performing, when I've performed it. And throughout my poetry journey, I have always enjoyed performance because it's something that poetry, the performance, which brings out to poem that is you're not able to sort of pick that in the writing. And so being able to find audiences online, as I said, I'm a huge advocate for being online, and I think I was among the first Kenyans to start a poetry or an arts blog in 2004. And so I've always been, I've always found spaces to perform. And I think even as the Kenyan or the East African poetry and open mic space was coming up in 2007, I was among the first to sort of, start that whole movement of open mics and things like that. So over the years, so anytime I get an opportunity at weddings, so I think my gift to, and my relatives know this, my gift to them for their wedding is usually a poem. And so that I have always done at funerals, at birthdays, at family functions. And this particular project that I did last year, which is called Inside Once Out, the reason why I highlighted it is because it was a podcast that was introducing the performance of poetry in our mother tongue. And for this, I was commissioned to write about something that had been going on, and that was the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. And so I got to write a poem about it, and it's one of the poems that my uncles has performed. It's called Mihomwea Corona, which is basically, this whole disease. And just looking at the impact the disease has had, not just on our health, but also on social economic status of people, as well as relate with each other, and that aspect of community, not being able to greet each other, not being able to visit their grandmother and things like that. Then the other efforts that I have, put in, towards growing the appreciation of my mother tongue is through my podcast. So that's a Kenyan Poet podcast. I have, those I've hosted similar proponents, and people who advocate for the use of African languages. I think one of my distinguished guests was Munyao Kilolo, who is huge on African languages and translation. And to the left, we have one of the teachers. And it's an interesting story about him. And, when out of here, you can listen to the podcast where I'm featuring him, because he is a retired teacher for over 30 years. And upon retirement, he found passion of teaching Gĩkũyũ. And now what he did last year during the pandemic, because people could not visit each other, he took his classes online. Over 70 years old, but he was able to navigate the online world. We go very far into able to find that space, and is able to teach children as far away as in the US or in Europe, and teaching them Gĩkũyũ. So the other thing that I'm doing is this year I started writing children's storybooks in my mother tongue, and I have quite a number of that I have submitted to my publisher, and I'm hoping that work will come out. And for me, I do this is because I would like my children, as well as other children, to change the perception about using their mother tongue and using African languages. The perception is still that this speaking or even learning will not take you anywhere. It has no economic value, and that's usually the argument. And especially now with Kenya going into an election period, this becomes a very political subject. And there's always this perception that is perpetuated by politicians that speaking in your mother tongue makes you tribal, makes you become tribalistic. And that is one of the things that I'm hoping to change, so that parents take pride in their identity as Africans by having the children learn and speak in their mother tongue. And I hope that these books will help children find the fun in learning their mother tongue. And I draw a lot of inspiration to a book that I read in when I was growing up in nursery school, and still sticks with me up to this day. And that's the book. It's called Udoma. It's by an author called Frederick Kago, and that's the book that up to this day I look up for inspiration. That is, thank you very much in Gĩkũyũ. I am happy to share, and looking forward to the discussion that we will be having, and also learning from the other poets that we have in the room, as well as the critics that literary critics that we have in the room, and just have that discussion about where is the place, and especially in the world that we're living in right now, where it's very connected. How do we move our languages to this new connected world? And I'm actually really looking forward to Kola's presentation to help us answer this question. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've listened to Ms. Njeri Wangarĩ, who does literary activities in the Gĩkũyũ language. And she went over her life history as well as her literary works. And you also shared some beautiful images from Kenya. And you talked about the conflict between the two different worlds, perception. And you talked about how you expressed your understanding of the world through your works. You also introduced your and also your recital performances, and you also told us of the interesting performances which more powerful than the written language. And you stress the value of the oral or the spoken performances. It was very I understand you have various online and offline activities as well as your you talked about that connected world and the of the indigenous language to this connected world. I believe that you are deeply aware of this topic and think very hard about it. And I believe you suggested so many points of thought to us. You also talked about your children's poetry book so that it could change the perception of the African language and the mother tongue. And you introduced how you came to write the children's poetry in the Gĩkũyũ language. Thank you very much. And now we will have
And this will be the last presentation of today, but then it is someone who is suffering greatly for having to wait at the earliest hour, and it is the poet Kola Tubosun from Nigeria. And actually, you have already met him, I believe, because at this forum, we have shown you the opening video where we have actually hidden his poetry. And actually, Mr. Kola Tubosun, he had visited Korea to Pyeongchang in 2018 to participate in the 2018 International Humanities Forum. At that time, what he had presented was so impressive that the PR team from the forum got his agreement to use some of his quotes in the video. Now then, without further ado, I would like to introduce him more in detail. Now, Mr. Kola Tubosun is a Nigerian writer, editor, and linguist. Currently the editor of Olongo Africa magazine. For the last decade, his work has involved language in his native Yoruba tongue, with which he has produced literature, dictionary, advocacy, and works in translation. He created YorubaName.com, the first multimedia dictionary of Yoruba names in 2015. We will first view the video that he sent us, the poet in Yoruba tongue, and then we will hear from him directly. Now let us watch the video first.
Ọ̀rọ̀ létí mi nìkan àìrí kò tí ì dènìyàn ṣùgbọ́n ní ìdákẹ́jẹ́ ó ń jí pépé nínú mi kò tí ì lórúkọ síbẹ̀ ń kọ́ ibùgbé fún un láti inú ọ̀rọ̀ sísọ díẹ̀ nínú ilé ayé ló dá dúró yàtọ̀ fún ohun tí a sọ síta ṣùgbọ́n díẹ̀ á dúró bí a bá tẹ̀síwájú láti máa sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ nìkan ló gba ilé ayé dá òdòdó róòsì fúnra ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n iléèwé alẹ́ tí a ṣètò ẹ̀ sísẹ̀gbẹ́ ẹ̀ tó ń jiyàn tó ń yìn èyí tí a tún rántí báyìí lè dá nìkan gbé e ṣùgbọ́n àwọn akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nílò olùwádìí iṣẹ́ wọn àwọn ìyá sì nílò èdè wọn fún ibi ìtẹ́mọ́sí ọmọ mi ọkùnrin sì wà lórí ewé tó ń gùn láàrin ìdákẹ́jẹ́ àwọn òdòdó àti ìtàkùrọ̀sọ tí àwọn òbí ẹ̀ fi fún un ọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́gbọ́n àti tòmọ̀ láti tàn jáde.
Àárín òkùnkùn wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi nígbà mìíràn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ nínú òkùnkùn bó ṣe tẹ̀síwájú ibùsùn rẹ bí ọkọ̀ tí ń ròkun lórí serpentine pẹ̀lú kọbiara sí àwọn iṣẹ́ mìíràn ilé dídọ̀tí ọ̀rọ̀ tí a àti ìkọ síbẹ̀ mo fẹ́ràn dídúró náà nígbà tí gbogbo nǹkan bá dákẹ́ ìwọ gan kódà àìlèmáradúró mi. Ìkùnjáde láti inú ẹ̀rọ olóbìrípo ẹ̀ tó yẹ kó fọ afẹ́fẹ́ mọ́ lọ́wọ́ èso òdòdó, jíjú àti eruku fi ìdákẹ́jẹ́ nìkan sílẹ̀ lọ́nà àìmọ́. Nífipamọ́, iná kékeré lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ aago tàn sí ìlàjì yàrá ẹ̀ ní àwọ̀ ewé tí kò mọ́ tó sì dẹ́rù bani, ìtànṣán àlá burúkú. Ṣùgbọ́n ilẹ̀ ọ̀gẹ́rẹ́ ń síta sórí mílíọ̀nù ìrọ̀rí ẹ̀ àti ìṣẹ́pẹ́ iná. Àwọn igi ń pa ojú ọ̀run wọn rẹ́ títí tí ọ̀gànjọ́ òru fi tún dùn padà. Ìwọ rèé, òdòdó igi, ewé lílu, òun mí jẹ́jẹ́, òun mí bíi pé ìjì ń gbé gbogbo etí àlá rẹ̀ sókè ni. Ó sì sùn lọ.
Lẹ́yìn ọ̀rẹ̀yìn, ìjì ìrìdídì jà lọ́jọ́ ìbí ẹ, ó jà lọ́jọ́ tí awakọ̀ sọ̀kalẹ̀ láti orí àwọn òkè oníyìnyín láti gbé ẹ wá sílé. Lálaalẹ́ ló máa ń jí, lóru, láago 3, láago 7, láì jàǹpátá, ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú ebi fún wàrà ọmú àti fún mi. Mo bọ́ ẹ, mo sì tù ẹ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ dígí tó ń tàn yanranyanran. Mo ń pọnmi ní balùwẹ̀ láti mú ẹ sùn. Níta, ìrìdídì sì ń rọ̀, ó sì ń dàbò dígí. Mo tù ẹ́ síwájú sẹ́yìn àti lórí ìdúró, mo sùn. Láàrin inú oorun wa àti jíjí sí dídún omi tó ń sàn, àwọn tí a farada ìrọbí kejì. Láti inú ohun àjèjì ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀, a sàn ríra wa ní jẹ̀lẹ́ńkẹ́. À ń lera sílẹ̀ sínú láti kọrin aládùn kan. Òórùn kan, ìfarakínra pípẹ́ kan, ilé ọmọ ìdí olóbìrípo. Àtèmi àti wọ́n papọ̀ ní a bí láìléwu. Ẹ ṣeun.
Àwọn pẹ́pẹ́yẹ ò farabalẹ̀, wọ́n ń fò kọjá lókè. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tí o sì gbọ́ ló ń rẹ̀wẹ̀sì. O ò lè rí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yìí gbámú. Rárá, ṣùgbọ́n o lè fojú sun orin náà. Ìbínú fẹ́ sunkún, ẹ̀rín gidi a sì mú ẹ̀rín músẹ́ aláìléyìn ẹ̀ jáde. Ó dìde láti wò, ó tẹ́tí bí o ṣe jókòó sórí ìtàn àwọn èèyàn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Òun wòye irú ibi táyé lè dorí kọ. Irun ẹ̀ fẹ́lẹ́ bí ewé etídò. Bàbá ẹ̀ àtèmi fọwọ́ pa ẹ́ lórí, gbé ẹ dání láì rò ó tì. Wàá sì gbé orí sókè síbi ọwọ́ yìí. Ara ẹ kákò pẹ̀lú wa tí inú ẹ bá kún. Ó sì nàka nígbà tébi bá dé. A pè ẹ́ lórúkọ ẹ, ó sì wẹ̀gbẹ́ pẹ̀lú ìfẹ́, inú àti àìmọ́. Òun fẹ́ gbá àwọn ẹ̀ka tó ń jó mú láti kọrin, láti fihàn, láti gírèpù bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣubú lulẹ̀. Igi apádùrẹ̀lẹ̀ àti èpò iyebíye olófeèfé. Síbẹ̀, ní àsìkò yìí, ó tètè gbé. Síbẹ̀, mo kọ èyí sílẹ̀ kí o bá lè sọ fún wa tó bá yá ohun tó túmọ̀ sí. Ọmọ mi aláròyé tí ò lè sọ̀rọ̀, tó tẹ́tí sí bí àwọn ẹyẹ ṣe ń fò lọ sí gúúsù. Mọ dídùn orin, ṣùgbọ́n o ò mọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ibẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé.
Ìparí. Ní jíjí kílẹ̀ tó mọ́, ọmọ mi àtẹ̀níjókòó àtògbé. A jí látọjú àlá kan, à ń tẹ̀síwájú lọ sáàyè jíjí. Mo ń fún lọ́yàn díẹ̀, à ń jíròrò, à ń ka ìka ọmọ ẹsẹ̀. Mẹ́wàá náà ni wọ́n ó ṣe òkà bẹ̀rẹ̀. Wò ó, lójijì ó nawọ́ sí ilẹ̀kùn fèrèsé tí ó wà ní títì. Èyí tó dojú bo ẹ̀gbọ̀n yìnyín kọjá lára òjìji pẹ́ńgẹ́ tí mẹ́kùlù àpàdó àwùsá dúdú lọ sínú òwúrọ̀. Lórí ìyọ́kẹ́lẹ́ ìrìn ẹ̀bùn súnmọ́ ilé fèrèsé. Ìrìn wúrà mú bẹ́ẹ̀ tí a tò sókè láàrin ojú fèrèsé onígi tí òdòdó róòsì so mọ́ lẹ́ka olókùn. Síbẹ̀, wo bí àsopọ̀ yìí ṣe dúró digbí. Akọrin òwúrọ̀ wa, fèrèsé tó wà lẹ́yìn fèrèsé parẹ́ lọ, òun sì padà wá sápá mi béèrè ìbéèrè ẹ̀. Nínú àìmọ̀, gbogbo ìdáhùn mi jẹ́ aládìtú pẹ̀lú bí ìfẹ́ ìponu nínú òkùnkùn.
Ẹ̀kọ́ dùrù àkọ́kọ́ fún ọdún pípẹ́ wọ́n ti nígbà lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà, ṣùgbọ́n níbo gangan lọ́rẹ́ wà? Wọ́n béèrè. Ó ti lọ. Lónìí, wọ́n kọ́ afárá láti sí jí àfi bí orí odò adágún ẹ̀yìnkùlé Ìmàrè ní jí dé sí. Ohun mìíràn, ohun orin àfẹ́ẹ̀rí, ìpọn dandan, mímọ́, wọ́n dúró pẹ̀lú ìyanu bí wọ́n ṣe yí dùrù ńlá kan tó ti kápá nígbẹ̀yìn láti gbé inú ìsákì àlàfo ìkan tó ti tàn yanranyanran kókó okun ẹja wúrà ní orin.
Thank you. So that was the recital of poems written by Mr. Kola Tubosun in Yorùbá. But then it was quite meaningful for me to listen to the very sensorial. Invite Mr. Tubosun to hear from him directly. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Carol, good morning. Sasil. It's my pleasure to be back in Korea, even though I'm not there in person. I really had a good time when I was there in 2018. So thank you for having me again. The words you heard are from my latest book, which is called the poems there were originally written in English by Emily Grosholds and translated by me into Yoruba. I have to clarify at the beginning. My work as translator and I hope you would follow me along. So, like I said, I write mostly poetry, essays, literary criticism, and I work as an editor.
네, 인터넷
Well, we see that the internet connection is very uneven. We ask for understanding. Well, now because of the online environment, we often come to such a situation, especially because the connection is being made from very distant geography, and also he has been waiting very early in the morning, so perhaps the network has become a little bit unstable for such a long time.
Hello, I'm back again. Sorry about the connection issues. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, I'm going to... Yes. All right. Sorry about the connection issues. I'm going to continue now, if you can hear me. Okay. So I write poetry, essays, literary criticism, and I work as an editor at a literary magazine. I published 2 collections of poetry. One is Edwardsville by Heart, which is in English, and one is this Igbaewe, which is in Yoruba. Yoruba is my first language. It's the language of my parents, my ancestors. It is spoken in Nigeria by over 40 million speakers, but it's also spoken in the Americas, in modified form in Cuba, Brazil, and other parts of slave trade. It's also spoken in other countries of Africa like Benin and Togo and Ghana. So I've written mostly between English and Yoruba. I've translated between 2 languages. The reason why that is because of the situation of language and many other Nigerian languages today. The situation is such that the languages don't occupy a prestigious place anymore in the national conversation as English does. In the 60s and 50s, when the British ruled as colonial masters, there seemed to have been a more concerted effort to help local languages. Many of
I'm sorry, but we believe that we have lost him again, so why don't we wait a little bit until he gets reconnected. And let me also give you some information. Now, you have also seen the video of the poem recital, but then because of the constraint for the event, we're not able to show you the video. But then for those who wish to view the video, you can go to the 결의말, or you can also go to our International Academic Forum website. You will find the videos in their entirety, so you can view them again and feel the emotion once again. And now, yes, if we can have the connection again. Yes, I believe that we have the connection again. Well, thank you.
Yeah. But yes, I said I've mostly written in English and Yoruba, and I've translated between those languages because of the situation in Nigeria, which has forced many of us into kind of languages. Nigeria has about 500 languages. Many of them are not used in society anymore. They are limited to the home environment, and some are not even used in the homes anymore because there's an attitude in society that Nigerian languages are not as important as English language is. And because of that, the languages of Nigeria have reduced in status in society. I spoke about this when I came to Korea in 2018 in 2 talks I gave. One was titled Another Kind of Poverty Gap, the Erosion of Language Diversity. The other was titled On African Languages and Literature, Lessons from Korea. In these conversations that I gave at the time, I pointed out to Korea as an example of society which occupies a very important role in society and is used for different important things. Children use it, it's used in technology, it's used in education, it's used in different parts of society, unlike many African languages today that don't have as much presence on the internet, that don't have as much presence in literature, and that are not used in society in formal circles, which is an unfortunate situation. So this pushed me and many others into advocacy where we insist on using our language to write, our language to translate works from English rather than works from into English from our own languages. So what you will take out from these essays is a general overview of the deteriorating state of literature in African languages. English becomes like the hegemonic language. In many other African societies, it's French or Portuguese. And then many of the African languages have become like the second-class citizens. So one of the challenges I face as a writer in an indigenous language is a matter of audience. Over the years, attention to indigenous language literature on the continent has faded, like I mentioned, as interest in African writers in English has grown. If I'm asked you to mention a Nigerian writer today, you probably mention Wale Soyinka, etc., that you call, all in English. And most that are known out of Nigeria are writers that have only written in English. I've pointed out the irony that having most of the books published in Yoruba in Nigeria, the publishing industry in Nigeria for Yoruba language was most prominent during the time when the colonial masters were around. They sponsored literature in the mother tongue, sometimes for their own selfish ends, but they did. And many of the books that were published in Yoruba in those days were published by British publishers. But as soon as time set in and indigenous language literature became something of an afterthought. So as interest in publishing new work in the native language waned, so has the readership. As long as there are no books to read, then the people who want to read them also disappear. But more to the point, it is hard to know how many more people exist today willing to read literature first in native language, since there are no ways to measure their interest. There are no new books being published. The books we have are those that have been published in the 60s and in the 70s. Publishers today are already scared of finding out that the audience no longer exists. So instead, they decide to play it safe. They publish only people writing in English. In turn, the little audience that may have remained continue to dwindle without the means to cater to their needs. So what this has led to in the end is not the decline in fortunes for indigenous language publishing and literature, but also the decline in fortunes for these languages themselves, no longer finding a way to exist in print. The keynote lecture by Dr. Lee Ko, which I read about the history of literature in indigenous languages and its sustainable future in African environments, addressed a number of these issues, and I thank him for writing about them. However, oral literature, which has been the traditional medium of African stories and history, has also failed to help in this revitalization. For instance, in Yoruba land, where I reside, I note with concern that the traditional forms of oral literature has also slid into oblivion, just like our local language literatures have. And the reason why is that when there are no new industry, people publishing oral literature, people making records like they used to be in the past, the audience also disappears. And we don't have as many original oral literary exponents and performers like we used to have in the past. So where there used to be a thriving industry of oral literary practitioners for the mass media, what we have now are like troubadours who move around to public events playing for little money. So publishers are not the only culprits or victims. The society is changing as well. Government policy in Nigeria over the years, along with societal attitudes, have ensured that only literature in English continues to thrive. Nigeria's official language, for instance, has remained only English, sometimes even French. Schools, courts, laws, etc. have remained mostly and only in English language. The educational system as well still prioritizes excellence in English language over any other Nigerian language, and a stranger to Nigeria will be surprised to learn that this is a country of over 100 languages. So orality, while an enduring platform, has not turned up new innovations that might lead us into a future for African languages. And so my work as a linguist and a writer has been to find ways of mitigating this problem, unearthing more opportunities for multilingualism to thrive, especially technology space. It's a kind of activism. I've dedicated the last couple of years to creating work in language and helping others do the same. The YorubaName.com dictionary and the IgboName.com that we're working on are first examples. Even writing in the language on a computer required special interventions and a lot of advocacy, which took a while to make happen. Yoruba is a tonal language, for instance, and when you write it, as you will see in my name, you have to put the diacritics on top of them or under them. But many of the computers we had couldn't do that. And so we had to find a way to create the opportunity to do that. And until that was done, many people who would have loved to write in the language could not have the means and the tools to do so. So my latest poetry collection, which I mentioned, which you can find on Amazon, is an intervention in the space of literary translation. Earlier works have prioritized English language. So by translating an American poet and philosopher into Yoruba, my native language, I'm saying that the language is worth as much as any other language to be the destination of literary translations. I mentioned earlier, when you want to find grants or opportunities to write, to translate in the world, you will find many people supporting you if you want to translate into English from local language. But like I said, there's not so many original local languages anymore. And when we translate into English, we empower the English language. How about translating more into our own languages so that more global literature is available in our own languages? This is one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do. I'm also using it to seek a new audience, the young people in Nigeria, old people, and anyone who has spent the last 30 or so years looking for new works to read in their own mother tongue. But this is just one book. There will need to be a lot of more efforts in this direction, narration, and in many other languages in my country. Like I said, a lot of languages exist here, and only if them have individuals doing work, trying to advocate and publishing and looking for opportunities to make the languages work. Njeri is one of those people working on the continent in this direction, and I thank her for her work. A language is not revitalized by just one literary work. There will need plenty more in poetry, in prose, in essays, in journalism, in media, in religion, and many other spaces that currently is occupied only by English and all these big hegemonic languages. Currently, I'm working on a collection of short stories, which is also a translation, for works by Nigerian writers who have written only in English. I want to translate them into Yoruba so that more Yoruba people can read them, and also so that Yoruba can have even more presence in the publishing space. More people need to do the same in Nigeria. Many of the writers have never been read by their own countrymen. They have been written only in English, and there are many Nigerians who would have otherwise loved to read them but don't know the language in which the book was written. It will be my delight if these efforts lead to a future where more Nigerian languages literature is published, distributed, and enjoyed by readers across the country. As a linguist, I realize that this is also a good way to revitalize the languages and slow down, if not eliminate, their gradual slide towards extinction. As the decade of indigenous languages draws closer to us, these are some of the issues that preoccupy me. I can't end this talk without speaking about costs. The success of writers like Wole Soyinka, Chimamanda Adichie, among others, has ensured that most of the money in publishing today is directed towards writers in that language, English. My latest work could not have been published without the direct support of the original writer, Emily Grossols, and UNESCO. Many more writers like me will need these kinds of support in order to break the vicious cycle. This at the beginning. Eventually, when audience realize that new work is being produced, they will start, putting a lot of money into the space, and the industry can finally grow. But at least for the first time, we need work like this, and more people willing to put their work on the line. The audience is there, but we won't know how to reach them if we don't begin to publish now new work to get their attention. And we can't publish new work when publishers are reluctant to put their effort in, and the profit motive takes preeminence over wild experimentations. Self-publishing, of course, is not a good substitute, but it is sometimes helpful, and many people are doing the same in Nigeria. And so I come to you today with the same optimism with which I came to Pyeongchang in 2018. I'm encouraged by the role of Korean language in the Korean Peninsula, the efforts in which people of Korea have put into developing the language and using it in different spaces. I'm inspired by Hangul, a special role in keeping the language alive, and I've supported efforts in Korea as well on the continent into creating scripts, new scripts, writing scripts that perhaps provide opportunities to help in African languages. With my own writing, I hope to support Yoruba language in the same way, not just on the streets, but in literature, where they suffered greatly over the years. And while I continue to write in English as well, I want to spend the next couple of years producing more work of translation between these two languages and original writing in Yoruba. It's also a good way to produce useful corpora for tech linguists and other people in the technology space with interest in creating language technology solutions. So far, this has been about me and my efforts, but that should not be enough. I'm just one person, and change happens only when one person's efforts becomes multiplied and get replicated in society. So if you take anything away from this event, let it be that although it's a difficult task, it is one filled with possibility, and there are opportunities that exist, and there are many of us, like Njeri and in who is leading the way, and many others in this space willing to do the work that needs to happen to make our languages thrive and survive even more into the next century. One word at a time, with stories, with poetry, writings, and from there, everything is possible. Thank you. Esheun púpọ̀. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. So that was Mr. Túbọ, who is writing in Nigeria. So he has talked about several things: social perception, how we need to enhance the status of the indigenous languages in social perception, and also talked about the difficulties of the writers in indigenous, fact that their readership, their audience is dwindling. And then he also talked about the literary translation and about how Yoruba deserves its place as the destination language, and also have more interest by one individual, but we need the efforts of many. And also he talked highly of the Korean text, so said that he was inspired by it. And then he also said a few things that are related to the keynote speech today by Dr. Seok, and the fact that the oral culture is being forgotten is also not helpful for revitalizing the indigenous languages. And then he is also trying to address these issues. One of them is also to provide corpus the technological linguist. So thank you very much for showing us a lot of vision for the future. All right, so now a lot of good things have been said, and it is now time for us to this part of the program. So we are going to reset the stage, and then yes, we have met a lot of poets today, and why don't we have a time to ask questions from our side to the poets. So I have given you this notification several times, and I was asking that you should post your questions on the chat box. And yes, thank you very much for so many questions. Due to the time limit, we probably will not be able to deliver all the questions, but we will try to deliver as many questions to the poets as possible, and we'll also try to hear the responses directly from them. So we will resume at 3:20 in Korea time together with the poet. Those who have yet to leave your bubbling question, it is not too late. Post your question on the YouTube chat box, and then we would also review them for the remaining 20 minutes so that we can deliver as many questions to the poets as possible. Thank you.
We will resume now. Now we will have a general discussion. During the session, we will discuss topics with our 5 poets from the previous session 1. We have many viewers on our YouTube channel, and also we have a list of questions from both our viewers and participants and presenters. I hope we can make full use of this limited time. We have questions, and I have the questions that are collected. In Korea, there are many dialects and local languages, and the number of people that use this ethnic or indigenous language is decreasing. And so what would be an effective way to naturally increase the use of indigenous language or local language to both people in that language and also to other people in Korea during the drama, in the dramas or films? We see that the indigenous language is frequently demonstrated or as something that is inferior to the so-called standard language. And so I want a situation in your country about what's the situation of language. And I think this is also discussed by some of our poets. And as we era of digital, what would be some effective ideas or suggestions to promote the understanding of indigenous language? What kind of good ideas could we think about? And these were, I asked you a couple of questions. What would be a way to effectively and naturally promote understanding of indigenous language? And also, I asked a question about the overall perception, especially in the media, of the indigenous language regarding it somewhat less inferior. And the third question was about some good ideas to promote the understanding of the indigenous language, especially under the digitalized era. If you have any good answers to share, please raise your hand so that we can discuss them. Or, yes? Does anybody
Yes, I'm not sure if I can see. Yes, yes, please. Yes, let's be free. Go ahead. Yes, please.
From Korea? Or from which country is it from? I wasn't sure what the country the question is from, but in my experience, yes, from Korea, I'm quite surprised that we have about the same kind of attitudinal issues in Korea as we have in Nigeria and some African countries where local languages are seen as inferior, better and stuff like that. In my estimation, one of the best ways to the language survive is them compliant with technology. And I say this because that is where most young people today spend their time. They're watching Netflix, they're on Twitter, they're on Facebook. And many of these platforms exist only in this big language. If we can find opportunities to make sure that they can use those languages in those spaces, and that if they enter the Twitter or Facebook or Snapchat, they can have the language as an option, they might be encouraged to use them. Of course, there are the other traditional ways of promoting language, which includes like writing books in them, doing movies, music, technology, etc., etc. So that is my own experience. And of course, creating literature and arts.
All right, thank you. And anyone else? Anyone else would like to respond to the questions?
So I'd like to add on to what Kola has spoken about, especially on the technology. And so what we're seeing Kenya, which is something that I think is happening across countries where there are indigenous languages, and there is sort of like a generational rift where the young people are not interested, they are not speaking the language, and they have preconceived notions about speaking in their mother tongue. So, and this is something that we're seeing happening a lot in Kenya. And unfortunately, considerable blame, can be placed upon our media, because when we have very major publications allowing certain sentiments to be shared in the form of opinion writing, to speak about how inferior and how local languages are not useful for young people in the job market, then that sort of simplifies and makes it a very simplistic argument. And so, having that change happening in the media space, so that certain conversations and so media holds itself more responsible and has a more responsibility in their role as being impartial. So that's one. Then on what Kola talked about on technology, and I think one of the ways, just to go into specifics, would be introducing keyboard, and that's a challenge that I have had, and I'm imagining that's also a challenge that a lot of people using the internet space have. If I want to use the different marks that my language requires for me to write well in my mother tongue, I really have to struggle to find those notes. Like in the French, we have the circumflex and the ego. So we have similar ones. So we have a term for it. And that makes it very difficult. So even when you want to write in the digital space, even for me as someone who generally writes in my mother tongue, it is very difficult, and I have to go to great lengths. That sort of is a barrier. Some of the things that can go towards making this much easier, especially in the internet space. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so the microphone was not working, and anyway, so now we have a question to Miguel Angel Oxlaj Cúmez.
And during your theory recital, there were children, and then you also talked about the also generation could learn the Maya Kaqchikel language to communicate, and also talked about how your language could have the power to share your language of your grandparents. So that was very impressive. So I'd like to ask about your
Muchas
efforts.
gracias. Bueno, sí, me parece interesante el haber tomado en cuenta, digamos, como esta pequeña experiencia.
Thank you very much.
Nosotros hemos estado intentando
Was very interesting myself to share my experience. Well, we had many activities and projects that was to provide the experience for the young generation, have the chance to write in the indigenous language or narrate a poem, write literary works. So,
pero en Guatemala hay 24 idiomas, hay 23,
when using the Maya Kaqchikel language, well, in Guatemala, there are 22 Mayan languages in total. There is a language called the Xinca and another language called Verifuna. These languages from Africa.
Es un poco difícil, digamos, hacer todo este trabajo abarcando a todos estos idiomas, sencillamente porque, por ejemplo, solo mi idioma Maya
possible to include all of them in our activities.
O sea,
for example, in the case of Maya Kaqchikel,
y
there are
se ha
a total
trabajado
of 7
fuerte en la
dialects.
estandarización para empezar, de cada uno de los idiomas, por lo menos en la
For these
estandarización
dialects,
y respetando las
we
variantes
made efforts to standardize to
de mi
one
idioma,
dialect, and we decided
podemos
to at least
nosotros
make efforts to standardize the written language of the
trabajar
dialects.
y
So, based on
apoyar
that effort,
que todos los hablantes podamos utilizar, por ejemplo,
we try to
la
develop the
estandarización escrita
Maayat'aan
para
language
poder
and also
unificar
learn
y
a
poder tener la
standardized
posibilidad de
of the
comunicarnos entre
written system
nosotros
of
y
the
también tener
Kaqchikel
la
language,
posibilidad
so
de,
that it could help facilitate
de
the
poder generar
communication among
materiales
ourselves.
y de diferente índole. Un
So,
poco esa ha sido
the
nuestra
people can
experiencia,
write in the Kaqchikel
aunque
language
es un poco
and create
complicado
more
muchas
works.
veces porque a
As
veces
a matter
te
of
reúnes
fact,
con 10
in many
personas, por
cases,
ejemplo,
that effort was not
y
easy. For
de esas
example,
10 personas,
when 10
dos,
people
por
get
ejemplo,
together,
tienen dificultades de hablar el idioma, inmediatamente
2
te
out of 10
pasas
people
al español y
actually
dejas a un lado tu
do
idioma,
not know
¿verdad? Es decir,
the Kaqchikel language. And in some
ese tipo de
cases,
fenómenos suceden
some
también
people
entre
are not
nosotros
fluent in
y a veces
Spanish,
nos
and
cuesta,
they
digamos,
sometimes
ir
feel marginalized.
como posicionando nuestra lengua
Therefore,
y nuestro idioma entre nosotros mismos porque estamos tan habituados a utilizar el castellano,
it's
el español,
important
tan
to
habituados
develop the language
a
for
utilizarlo en
ourselves
todos los espacios de
as
nuestra
well.
vida que nuestro idioma pareciera ser
In our lives,
casi digamos
we
como una
rely too
pieza de
much on
museo, a veces
Spanish,
así lo
and it is
sentimos,
so
pero
prevalent in our
estamos
daily lives.
esforzándonos para
So
poder
our indigenous
seguirlo
language
utilizando.
is sometimes regarded as some kind of a relic in a museum. Yes, that was the overall background.
네. 그리고 또 신앙송 영상을 보면 어린아이들이 낭송을 하는
And also in the poem recitals, we also thought that the children were very impressive. What do the children think of the Kaqchikel language? Can I ask this question as well?
네. 미겔 아넬 선생님께
To Mr. Miguel Anel.
Gracias. Es
Thank you
como
very
un
much.
reto
As a matter of
personal,
fact,
¿verdad?
personally,
Los dos
I
niños
think
que
it is a very
participaron
difficult
son
journey.
mis hijos, es mi
There
hija
were two
pequeña
children in the
y
recital.
mi
They're
hijo un
both my
poco
daughters.
grande,
The
de
younger
9 y
daughter
6
did the
años cada
recital,
uno.
and the elder
También participa mi
9-year-old.
hija grande,
My daughter is
de
6 years old,
16
and
años,
my son is 9 years old.
y
Well, my
creo que
oldest
ha
daughter
sido
is
como
16
una
years old,
parte
and that
de
process
esfuerzo personal
was
digamos, de
personally
intentar volver,
possible
¿verdad?
only because we tried
Lastimosamente
very
yo
hard.
soy un testimonio
Unfortunately,
vivo, ¿verdad? De esa ruptura de la transmisión generacional de la lengua.
Could say that I am a live
¿verdad?
witness. When a language is
Yo
handed
lo he
down from
vivido
one
en
generation
carne
to the
propia,
next,
en familia,
it
¿verdad?
loses
Y
its life.
no
And
comencé
I
sino hasta que me
directly
di cuenta,
witnessed
o sea, cuando llegué a convencerme y
how
a
the language
entender
slowly
que estaba
disappears. And one
cercenando
day,
una parte de la vida de mi pueblo, de mis
I thought
ancestras
about
y
the language
ancestros
and a part of
en
my
mis
life,
hijos,
and also a
que
part of the
empiezo
life of our
a trabajar
ancestors.
con ellos
And
y
I
a
realized that
enseñarles
that is disappearing
y a
and dying.
convertirlos, digamos,
And when I
en
recognized
neohablantes
that, I was determined to make this effort.
Entonces
So,
ellos
to my
pues,
children,
se sienten
I
contentos,
said
felices
that it's
de
important
poder,
to learn the Kaqchikel
de
language.
poder
Now, my children feel
hablar y
very
leer
pleased
incluso,
about
digamos,
using the Kaqchikel
el
language,
idioma,
and
pero
they
nosotros pues nos
command the
desempeñamos en
Kaqchikel language. They
un
could
mundo
both
muy
speak and write in the Kaqchikel
urbano,
language.
digamos, o sea,
However, the world we live in
no así en
is
las
too focused in
comunidades
the urban environment. Therefore,
del interior,
the
las niñas y los
community
niños
of the
que
past and
tienen
its
todavía como
inherent
idioma
life no
materno
longer
el maya
exists.
Kaqchikel, pues lo disfrutan, lo hablan de manera
For
espontánea.
children that use the
Yo
Maya
he sido
Kaqchikel
educador y
language,
he trabajado con
they
niñas
are
y
very
niños
comfortable
en
using the
lugares de
language,
esta naturaleza,
and
y ellos pues simplemente
I
les
also
fluye el
once
idioma y
taught,
son tan felices
used to teach
disfrutándolo y
the children the
divirtiéndose
language.
como debe ser
There were many
en
cases
cualquier
as a
idioma, ¿no?
teacher
Hacer
to
su vida
witness young
un
students
idioma.
to use the
Entonces,
language so frequently.
tal vez el caso mío es como
However,
un poco, no sé, como un ejemplo de lo que está
I
pasando
shared
con
my
la
personal
mayoría o con
examples,
una
but
gran parte
in
de
the
los
majority,
hablantes mayas cachiqueles, y no solo los hablantes mayas kaqchikel, sino hablaría de todos los idiomas que se hablan en Guatemala. Entonces, esa ha sido como la experiencia.
Show that type of experience,
and
that was my personal experience. And it's to see children language. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. And then the next question is to Alejandra, Sasil, Sánchez. Now, this is the question about the feminine identity. And is there any reason why you would write such poems about feminine identity in indigenous language? Or do you write about it in general in Spanish as well? So in other words, do you generally write about the feminine identity, or more so when you write in indigenous language? And if yes, then do you believe that it is more meaningful to write about gender and identity in language than be more? And in addition to that, now in the booklet, it appears as if it's actually, this question is to Miguel as well, but then the question is, does the language has gender? So like, for example, the feminine or the masculine pronouns, so the Maayat'aan and the Kaqchikel languages, do they have gender as well?
Gracias a la persona quien haya hecho esa pregunta. Sí, los textos nacen
Now, first of all, I would like to thank the questioner.
La razón por la cual
escribí eso the questioner for the question.
Porque
and for me,
me ha parecido importante o para mí tiene sentido explorar y aterrizar estas ideas desde la parte de la identidad y desde la parte del contraste entre lo que es mi mundo como mujer maya, el mundo de las mujeres con las que yo he caminado, de las que yo he aprendido, con el contraste en donde no lo es, bajo la idea de que he convertido en ambos escenarios, me ha tocado ver estos contrastes y sobre todo porque me parece que nuestra visión como mujeres dentro de una colectividad y dentro de todo lo que significa el papel de la mujer dentro de nuestra cultura tiene mucho que ver con esta parte de cómo vivimos a la mujer. Entonces, me parece que hay contrastes importantes, unas cosas no quiere decir que estén peleados, pero sí la parte de la identidad está y se pronuncia, porque desde el maya tenemos palabras y partículas dentro de las oraciones o dentro de la palabra misma para definir el género, para definir cantidades, estamos hablando de intensivos, estamos hablando de cosas inertes. Entonces el idioma mismo tiene esa riqueza al estar escribiendo. Y los poemas nacen en maya, en este caso, en mi caso nacen en maya. Y es porque de ahí es donde he nacido y es porque de ahí desde donde he desenvuelto como mujer, como persona y como integrante del pueblo. Me parece importante lo que decía también Miguel Ángel en relación a lo de los porque me parece que los niños vienen a ser pues la raíz, la próxima raíz de lo que nosotros somos, y pensar en que la diversidad tiene que abordar todas estas áreas me parece importante porque ya no estamos hablando de que después una generación los idiomas se van a perder, sino que al contrario, van a ser la vía para que los idiomas puedan cobrar esta fuerza y creo que lograr naturalizar nuestros idiomas. Sabemos que hay idiomas hegemónicos, hay idiomas que no lo son. Por desgracia, en México, el maya es un idioma hegemónico, pese a los hablantes, hay una cantidad importante de hablantes. Entonces, me parece importante que realicemos el hecho de la diversidad y que tengamos pues estas otras formas de expresión. Entonces, por eso es que creo que los textos que nacen desde un idioma, pues sí, tienen ya desde sí mucho de lo que somos y de lo que se piensa desde la cultura.
the native language, the Maayat'aan, and that is because it is better to show our identity.
Thank you very much. And now, I'd like to ask a question to the other poet of poetry of.
So this is the question. So then you created a platform connected to poems. So now it is also highly impressive that you were able to create a network, and so I do hope that there can also be more support for native languages, and also emphasis on the importance of children's content. So this is actually not a question, just a comment. But then anything that you would like to comment on, please feel free to do so. So this was not a question, this was a comment, but if you wish to comment on it, then you are more than welcome to believe that this is also perhaps related to the technology. Again, feel free. So if you want to, then if not, then it's okay. So feel free. Or perhaps the connection is not on.
And we will then move on to the next question, another question. So I think talk about a more general topic. I think use the topic of nature in many cases. What's of nature to you? Is there anything you'd like to share about nature? And what does Sunuwar means in your poem?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for questioner regarding Numbur. It's one of the mountain which lies on the top of ancestral territory of indigenous community. The Mount Numbur mountain, Numbur with 6,985 meter height for me, symbolize equity and unity is scarred and when our community in we also invoke its name. So is important. I have symbolized Numbur. Then symbolize Numbur, mountain and complete with the longevity on the identity and relationship question were like a mountain. Numbur stand still firmly our identity stand consistency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your reply. And now, I'd like to ask Ms. Wangarĩ a question. You call yourself a spoken word artist, so what does it more specifically mean? People are curious about a spoken word artist. It seems it's kind of a different from poetry recital. Do you just rely on your voice, or do you use different tools? And how could you elaborate on the so-called spoken word art? What kind of artistic performance do you give? Could you please explain a little more detail?
Thank you for that And this is a conversation that has been ongoing, and I think at this I think around 2006, 2007, as the spoken word movement was emerging, and so those sort of like differentiation of poetry titles. So and the spoken word movement, which has its roots in the US, and there's a particular show that sort of had this, and I'm forgetting the name of the show, but what makes it different? So we look at poetry recital, generations of poets, focusing more on the readings. So you came to performances, so you'd have the poet on stage holding their book or a piece of paper and reading from it. And so you would, the audience would just rely on listening to the recital. Now, what made sort of like that difference between recital and spoken word? Spoken word has its roots in the hip hop world, and so what happened is that in a bid to make this poetry performance have more life to it, so that at the intonation of the voice, looking at the rhythm and the rhyme in the words. So you'll find there's more performance when it comes to spoken word as opposed to the recital. So, and for me, this has always been an interesting space to be at, because different poems and the different way in which I want my poems to be received. Some of them could be enacting a scenario, like let's say of some city street vendors, or we call them hawkers here in Nairobi. So those are vendors in the cities, by the streets, selling merchandise. So enacting that scene, you would imagine that it has a lot of activity going on. There's a lot of music in the background, things like that. So for me, I always found it, and even for spoken word artists, being able to provide and reenact certain experiences or scenes are what marks the difference in the, from the poetry recital to the spoken word. So a good example could be a piece like this. Just a short piece. So hip hop consumes me like strawberry blues, like the muse of Langston Hughes, like Maya Angelou's bard, caging my mind into a fuse of words of different hues and decrypted melodic tunes. So that is the spoken word performance, and it's quite different from reading that same poem on a piece of paper. And I hope that sort of explains it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many people were impressed with your. Also, the disease is this that has tied turbans around our mouths. This was very impressive. Also, in the last, is it Corona that has made us die like flies? So, what kind of special message to imply in this last phrase? So, could you share that with us?
It's interesting that you'd mentioned that, and thank you to the person who asked the question, because when I was writing that poem last year, I think it was towards the end of last year, we had been through a year of, just our world being turned upside down. There's this disease that is just changing every aspect of our lives, from the way we relate with each other, the way that we live. And so that phrase of what is this disease that has tied the turban around, on our mouths. So I just looked at, I was trying to sort of use symbolism, use a style of symbolism to sort of look at which communities, are known to tie turbans around their head, and there are many. And so I looked at that, and it's in a way, in the sense that it sort of masks you. because we see this happening literally. So nowadays, when you walk around with a mask, people really recognize you. And it's sort of like, it also has another meaning where it's sort of muffled. So your expressions are not being seen. It's like your speech is being closed, and these are some of the things that I was trying to sort of bring in as the effect of the disease. It's not just the health aspect of it. It touches on our expression as human beings. We love being able to relate with each other. We love being seen, and when you're speaking, you want people to actually understand what you're talking about and to see your facial expressions and things like that. So some of the things that I was exploring with that poem is with the first stanza, the fact that, you know, we've all been turned into these people who are just turbans around our mouths. And then with the second stanza, I looked at the social economic aspect, actually, sorry, the societal aspect. The fact that grandchildren cannot even go to visit their grandmothers, and I even have a verse where, you know, the grandmother passes on and the grandchildren or even the children cannot go to bury her. So that sort of looks at the dynamics of that, and the last stanza also looks at the aspect of the social economic status, that businesses have closed down, people have lost their jobs. And this was in an attempt to just look at the various ways in which this disease has affected our lives. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the response. So what you have just mentioned, so talking about the pandemic, and because of the pandemic, some people were not attend even funerals. So meaning that we are not able to fully express our sadness in this era.
And in the poet Hans says, rest easy, my uncle, till we meet again. As you're longing for your uncle. And one person said that he or herself experienced death for the first time in their life. And this poem consoled that person very much. This was a comment that was shared. And so I like to share that comment with you.
Here is the question. So you launched the site named yorubaname.com. How come yorubaname.com, not yorubaword.com? And also collecting names, have any special meaning in preserving the Yoruba language?
Thank you very much. Actually, we do have yorubaword.com. We're currently working on that as well. The what you find is likely a translation dictionary. You find the meaning and an English translation. So we're trying to do a monolingual dictionary where the full expression of the meaning of the word is defined in the language itself. So you will find that when we're done. So thank you for the question. The second about Yoruba name. Why did we start Yoruba name? This was a project that I started when I was in school as an undergrad, but I expanded 10 years later. The primary aim of that dictionary is to first codify all names that exist in Yoruba into one place, because there are people today who live in Nigeria who don't know the meaning of their names. You'd be surprised to hear that, because every name in Yoruba has meaning, but sometimes the parents have not found the meaning of these names to the children. And sometimes what the name means, and they say, I'm going to go ask my parents. And sometimes they ask their parents, and the parents don't know. They think they have an idea, they don't actually know. So I thought, let's have a place on the internet where people can find the meaning of their names. And for names that we don't know their meanings, we can find other people who will be willing to help provide the name. So it's like a crowd space. So not just a space where you can find names, but you can also add the meaning of names that you know yourself. But more than that, also a place where you can find the pronunciation of the name, because we had to create a technology to be able to pronounce names that are added to it. It's not one person pronouncing it. We created a technology, the text-to-speech, where any name that is there now, you can click on it and you can hear the pronunciation. So therefore, any Nigerian who travels abroad and maybe their friends want to know the meaning of their names, they can check the site. Or a foreign organization wants to interview a Nigerian who has a Yoruba name, and they can't reach them to ask how they pronounce their name. You can just go to the space yorubaname.com, find the name, click, and you hear the pronunciation yourself. You can practice it in case you're a media person, you want to interview them on TV. But also, more importantly, a documentation space. For me, as a linguist and tech enthusiast, I think it's important to document our cultural heritage. And imagine having a space where all the names in Yoruba, you can find them there. But in doing that, like I was mentioning about corpus earlier, just being able to find things that relate to your culture and your language on the internet is a kind of a boost for the language, for your ego, for your cultural awareness, and linguistics provides a space where you can find data and corpus in the language that you can use for other purposes like Google, computer translation, artificial intelligence work, etc. So it is, as well as a documentation space, it's also a corpus building space. It's a way to help people learn their names, pronounce their names, and also create a historical repository of Yoruba cultural values and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, I can see that there are very practical ones. And then this is to both Wangarĩ and to Bosun. And the question is, now in your Gĩkũyũ language or Yoruba language, are there any special words that exist only in your language? Any special words that you like the most? Can you share them with us? Then also perhaps are there any especially beautiful that do not exist in other languages like English or Swahili, and so which make very good poetic words? So any words that you would like to share with us? So one by one. So maybe Mr. Túbọ, would you like to go first?
A very, very interesting question. I was trying to write down the words I could remember. There is a word called pele, and until I went to Kenya and heard Swahili, I didn't find it in any other language. And that means something close to sorry, but it doesn't quite mean sorry. It can mean I see you, I appreciate you, or well done for your work, or I'm sorry for what happened. In Swahili, I found out a word that sounds almost exactly the same way. It's called pole, and it does almost about the same thing. And in Yoruba, when you double it and you say pele pele, it kind of means like gentle, softly, something like that. And in Swahili means pole pole. So we have to try to find an explanation for why Yoruba and Swahili seem to have those kind of similarities. And those languages are wide apart, thousands of kilometers in between them. So it's unlikely kind of cognate, but who knows? There's another one called ekule, which we say in Yoruba. Actually, the term eku is very common in Yoruba, and actually it's some earlier form of people, because they always use eku in almost every instance. So when we enter a house, you say ekule. Ile means house. Ekule. Ekule means I'm home and I'm grateful you for being in the house before me. If you are walking, you say ekushe. Ishe is work. So the eku itself cannot be defined in any English term, but it's always preceded any greeting you make for people. So you say, when you have a child, we say eku ewu omo. Ewu means danger, omo means, and eku is in the beginning to say, I appreciate that you've put this danger to give birth to this child, and we salute you. So those are the ones I could remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Kola, for sharing that. And you're able to, get words on the spot, and I'm struggling here. But the that came to, so two words came to me. And one of the words is a word that I have used in some of my poems, and I could not find an English translation for it. So, and it stems from a proverb which says, so I'll say it in English first. The clan of, so it's called the lizard. Is it the lizard or chameleon? So Ruruka, so let me say it in English first. So Ruruka wa kebu rotibirago ni mungutu. So the loose translation is that expect the chameleon to change its innate nature. There's something about the chameleon, it changes color to suit the surrounding. There's something that will always be innately, it's about the chameleon. Like there's some aspects of it will never change. So that particular word, Munguto, has no translation in English. So you can't find a translation for that. Then the other thing is the other one that I could think about. So in my mother tongue, in Gĩkũyũ, there's a very clear distinction between the word murio and the word sama. In English, means sweetness. However, with the Kikuyu, there are different levels of sweetness. One that you experience with your tongue through what you eat, and there's what you experience, like let's say you've listened to very good music or someone has said something and, that one is now more emotional. So in Kikuyu, we have two very distinct words that there's that emotion that you experience that is very pleasurable, that you cannot taste. Whereas in English, both are sweetness. So, but interestingly, we don't have a word. So in Gĩkũyũ, we don't have. So you people saying, oh, Nesori, but Nesori is actually English. And the interesting thing is that we don't have a Kikuyu word for Nesori. Yes, you can say Leda or Muhera or something like that, but it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same meaning, or it doesn't quite capture. So I think those I could think about.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for that. And then now I would just like to deliver some more comments from the audience. So then,
and I listened to Ms. Wangarĩ's presentation about how you became interested in the Kikuyu language and also the track language. And you also said that the mother tongue is not inferior; it expresses our lives. And to Dr. Túbọ.
So in the Autumn Sonata, the phrase, and yet for the most part you soon forget, and yet I write this. It was very touching, and perhaps that is the reason why we continue with our literary activities. And then also, it is quite unfortunate that you're losing readership in Yoruban language because of lesser publication. So I do hope that we will be able to enhance the place of indigenous languages, including Yoruba, in our society. And I hope that you can also send this message to all the writers who write in Yoruba language. And then now we have 2 from Latin America, 2 from Africa, and 1 from Asia. Now I wonder whether you have any questions to each other. Any questions to each other that you want to know more about from each other? So maybe a question from me to any of the other speakers?
For me, I have a question for Miguel. Hola. That is the only Spanish word that I know. But I really loved you talking about your experience teaching your children their mother tongue. And that's something I greatly resonate with. And now my question is, what were some of the challenges that you encountered trying to get your children to learn to learn their mother tongue? Did you have to sort of bring in a special teacher, or did you do it yourself? Do you do it formally, like you have a lesson and you know they're writing and you're very serious as the how do you go about it? Because that's something that I'm sort of having as a challenge in at home with my 3 children.
Sí, muchas gracias. Yo creo que los idiomas, bueno, deben haber diferentes maneras de enseñar y de aprender y diferentes motivaciones para enseñar y también para aprender. Pero yo creo que un idioma, especialmente nuestros idiomas indígenas, nuestros idiomas originales, deben ser aprendidos desde la ternura, desde el corazón, desde el amor, desde el abrazo.
First, love. We have to be embracing. We have to embrace our children when we teach our indigenous language. I think that is very important.
Cuando mi madre, por ejemplo, me abrazaba,
trace our memories. For example, we should trace the memory of my mother holding me. As my mother hugged me, she would always tell me, "I love you, my son." And this type of connection, package of affection and love should be expressed, and that should be the background of teaching an indigenous language. I think that is how we could really lay the seeds of our indigenous language. Of course, we could have paid education for learning a language, but I think the best way is embracing and love and affection. That is my personal experience. Of course, that process was not easy. As a matter of fact, lingua franca is Spanish. So we have to constantly motivate our children to speak in the mother tongue. However, it's a constant struggle and a constant fight. However, I think it's two ways of living. May not be confronting, but it's about the ratio, which language takes the priority. We have to constantly adjust that ratio between the two languages. This is not only relevant to, but I think to the entire society. I'm very pleased to answer your question. Thank you very much. And now, I'd like to ask a question to Alejandra Sasil.
Now then, as a young poet, when you write in indigenous language, do you also sense some linguistic differences? Like intergenerational linguistic differences? You also dealt about them in your work? And also, how do you feel about the intergenerational differences in the indigenous language?
Creo que muchísimas gracias por esta pregunta. Me parece también
thank you very much
muy
for that
importante.
question.
Creo que ya se viene
A very important
mencionando
one.
por de varios de los que estamos aquí. El desplazamiento lingüístico y también cultural, hay que decirlo, está siendo bastante pronunciado, no solamente en mi comunidad, sino en muchas
in one way or
que
another
hay aquí
that
en
the
México. Sí
intergenerational
noto que hay una
changes are
diferencia
vast and
entre,
vary,
no
not only
solamente
for
entre lo
the
que yo
indigenous
aprendí
language.
y cómo crecieron a lo mejor las otras
What I
generaciones
have
de
learned
mi abuela, de mi abuelo, me parece que hay una diferencia
what my
generacional importante. Y
former
también con los que vienen
generations
detrás de mí,
had learned,
noto que hay
the
diferencias, noto que
traditions
hay
or
cosas
the
que están
way of
cambiando,
learning
que el mismo
and the
dinamismo
practices
social
of
está
learning.
generando
I feel that they
y
have
que
changed.
esto a su
And
vez
also the
está
societal
adaptándose.
dynamism
Algo que me ha llamado mucho la
is much
atención de
more
las
greater
generaciones que están
today.
detrás mío es que se están apropiando mucho de la tecnología y ya lo decían aquí. Creo que
For
esa es una
those
herramienta
who
muy
are
importante
learning the
que
indigenous
si
language
sabemos aprovecharla, la
later
podemos
than
explotar de
myself.
tal
So
forma
for the younger
que
generation, then I see
naturalicemos
that
también el hecho de que las lenguas
the
indígenas, en el caso del
technology
maya,
elements are
pues estén
much
presentes
more
en estos
embedded in
medios.
their way of
Me
learning.
parece que
And
esto
in
puede
this,
tornar un poquito,
perhaps I believe that that would
tal
be
vez
helpful
puede ser
in
un
further
poquito
disseminating the
polémico
Mayan
entre una
language, the
generación con
Maayat'aan.
otra,
So
justamente por
perhaps
cómo
this
se
could
usan
be subject to
estas tecnologías,
controversies,
por y
there
por
are
cómo
differences in
las mismas
thinking
generaciones se
between
van
the
apropiando
generations.
de cada
we're going to use technology, how we're going to adapt to technology, and also how there are also differences by generation on how they want to utilize this. So yes, there could be some controversies, but I believe that what is common is that the cultural and the linguistic dynamism continues. I feel that myself, and also that what I had lived through as well. For the Maayat'aan language, now when I learned to write in Maayat'aan language, I also felt that, and also for the new technology. So when we need to adopt the technology, then I believe that it would be desirable for us to use this technology to preserve the Maayat'aan language. And I do hope that we can also pass these ideas and values to the future generation.
Desde otra óptica o desde muy arriba que no pertenece a la comunidad. Entonces creo que la validación tiene que venir dentro, tiene que venir de los hablantes, de la gente de la misma cultura. Y creo que es una forma de preservar. Entonces sí veo cambios en la generación. Creo que también es parte del dinamismo social en el que estamos inmersos, pero eso no evita que la identidad se pierda.
Culture and part of our society. So I believe to accept them as they are. That is one way of continuing and preserving our identity.
Tengan la misma posición que cualquier otro. Estamos en esa labor de adaptarnos, de apropiarnos sobre todo de los mecanismos y las herramientas que en la actualidad nos está poniendo
new tools in the new reality, so I believe that it's important for us to adapt to them all.
네, 감사합니다. 그리고 이거는 이제 모든
And then now this is a question or request to all. Love and peace. In your language, peace, one by one, in your indigenous language. So who would like, perhaps Wangarĩ?
Wedo. This is bio. So peace and harmony go together. So Wedo na Oromo.
네, 그럼 이번엔 알레한드라 사실 작가님께서 한번 말씀.
Thank you. And then now, how about Alejandra Sánchez? So
Maayat'aan,
love and peace.
Le decimos Quetzolal, que está compuesto, digamos, por palabras que significan asentar, o calmar, tranquilizar el alma. Eso vendría siendo como la tranquilidad. Y hablando de las palabras que tal vez pueden traducir de un idioma a otro, el ol, muchos lo traducen como alma, como espíritu, como la esencia del ser,
words that don't
pero
exist in other languages,
and that is
nosotros mismos,
so
that means
no es una palabra que se
or
pueda
the person's innate
porque
character,
pues tiene mucho peso,
but
tiene
it's
mucha
actually
carga y tiene mucho
impossible
sentido.
to
Entonces,
translate because
tranquilidad
it
sería
has such a
Quetzolal,
broad meaning and also
engloba
weighty
esta
meaning,
parte
but anyway, Quetzolal
y amor
is
sería
peace.
Yávila.
Love
pues
is
esa forma dice Maayat'aan.
Yes, that's how we say that in Maayat'aan. Thank you. And then now, Mr. Kola Tubosun. Yes, Mr. Tubosun.
In Yorùbá, love is Ife, peace is Ibaleoko. It kind of means peace of mind. So love and peace will be Ife ati Ibaleoko. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Miguel Angel.
Bien. En Kaqchikel, el amor significa es
in the Kaqchikel language, love is Ahwapashu,
paz es Chuchurikush. Y un poquito lo que explica perdón por el nombre.
Previously, well, I can't remember their name. I apologize, but
Alejandra.
I remember Alejandra
es casi
saying
tiene,
this.
como son idiomas hermanos que tienen un tronco común, tienen
Languages,
más o menos la misma explicación.
since they are all
El
alive, have
Chuchojil
similarities.
es
So
como la calma, la paz, la
health
quietud, ¿verdad?
means peace,
Chuchojil
stability,
Kush, y Kush es la
and
esencia de la persona, que no necesariamente es
the
espíritu,
essence
alma o eso que está, digamos, dentro de la
of a
concepción
soul, a spirit,
espiritual
somewhat
del
a soul or
pensamiento
spirit,
occidental,
as
sino que
the
es más
persons,
referido
the
como a
ghost
la
of
esencia de la
Western
persona,
culture.
incluso también a
It
su
is
energía.
that own
Y
person's innate nature.
hablábamos, porque me recordé ahorita por
So,
alusión de las palabras que son
what
intraducibles, por
I
ejemplo,
just
nosotros tenemos una palabra bien
was,
interesante que tiene que un poco
it's a
relación con esto
interesting
que le
word.
decimos nosotros tabopaj, y es, por ejemplo,
Tapo'ah
cuando
is
tienes algo y le haces, o sea, le das como tu aliento, como parte de tu esencia, como parte
this is
de tu energía,
breathing in
y eso viene precisamente del
life and
corazón, del
energy.
ser, de la esencia del ser. Entonces,
And
esos conceptos
this
son un poquito difíciles
means
de
bringing
traducir
in the
a
spirit
otra, digamos, pensamiento.
I know that this is difficult to translate. Well, these are some expressions. Thank you very much. And then, Ms. Sunuwar, could you share us peace and love, please?
So, yes, she has spoken the words, so thank you. And I believe that the scheduled time is almost up. So I'm sure that many of you must be feeling very tired for staying with us until so late in the hours. Thank you for your participation, and perhaps you can wrap up after 2 more questions. And to
Wangarĩ, well, there were many questions about the spoken word art performance throughout the world. Audiobooks became so much popular. So, and even in Korea, books are many times recorded by the voice of the poet into audiobooks. So, and your opinion about audiobooks.
Thank you for that. So audiobooks, I haven't, my experience with Kenyan writers and, having their books available in audiobooks, it is not that prevalent. However, what I can speak about is the podcasting space, which is really growing. And so what we're seeing is that, yes, although a lot of audiobooks, and this has to do with the effort of the publisher. So as the author, you might want to have an audio version of your book accompany the written and the printed version. That is something I would love for my book, because there are certain things that you're able to grasp from the audio version. So the poem comes alive, and you're not able to sort of translate that in the written form. However, we haven't seen that happening in the publishing space. That notwithstanding, the podcasting space has really grown, and we are seeing a lot of authors and the literary space occupying the podcasting space. So there are quite a number of literary podcasts out there. So what we are seeing is that books and story fiction that have been written, then we have podcasts that there is someone who is reading the stories for a listening audience. But their popularity of podcasts is really growing because it provides an alternative to radio, and they are the we're having a tradition that are creators of content as much as they are consumers. And so there's a term used, to describe this kind of they're called the prosumers. They're the producers and consumers of content. So what we're seeing is that being able to content on YouTube videos or in the form of is really taking hold, and I'm hoping that the publishing world is able to so that every other book that is coming out, mostly poetry books, come out with an audio version available.
Thank you very much for the response. And yes, I am mindful of the time, and I am also mindful of the possible fatigue that you will be feeling. So I shall be. Then now, I would also like to say love and peace in Korean.
In Korean, love is 사랑 and peace is 평화.
So again, thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation over the video.
Unfortunately, due to time limitations, first session will be. Thank you for discussions and Q&A to the artists of indigenous languages. And today is not the end. We have a special session and the second session tomorrow, and we will discuss many issues related to language for your continuous interest. And last but not least, to our overseas artists as well as participants, I'd like to share my greetings.
Opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to all our. Thank you very much.
네, 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give a big round of applause. We'd like to thank Ms. Kim Ji-yoon for your long effort of moderating the first of the and I'd like to thank all of you, and the poetry recital of the 50 people is shared on our YouTube channel. So I'd like to ask for your continued interest. And tomorrow we will begin the second day from 11 talk about the Jeju language and the Hamgyong language, as well as the 결의말 근사전, and also do from a linguistic cultural perspective. Tomorrow, the session is cast live channel, so we ask continuous participation. And with that, we'd like to say goodbye. Thank you to all for a very long.
네, 오늘 1세션 해주신 여러분 대단히 고맙습니다. 모든 참여자분들 앞쪽으로 모시고 저희 기념사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1번 테이블부터 11번 계신 모든
Recording stop.